Welcome back to round number 2 of the Champions of the Future America Series. Always, my name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here this weekend in the booth, Nate Dean and Jackson Lambros down on pit lane. Qualifying heat race number 1 for our mini drivers getting ready to go underway. And on the pole position, getting ready to lead this field to the green flag was Matthew Peculi for HRT in the 216. Getting ready to lead this field to the green flag. And these qualifying heats for our young drivers, only 6 laps. And again, if it's anything like what we saw earlier on in the year, all-out war. Peculi starts alongside Blair with Carlucci and back to West. And this field deep. About 20 drivers total getting ready to take the green flag here, Nate.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good field of drivers for our minis. You can see 23 deep. Forrest Blair, the driver who won here last time out, starting on the outside of the front row, hoping to make it 2 for 2. And of course, Kendall West, one of the drivers that challenged Blair for the entirety of that main event, starting on the outside row, right behind him as well. Caleb into turn 11 for the end of the warm-up lap. About to go racing here for round 2.
And we'll see where they give us a green flag. It should be here on the run to turn number 12. We wait for it. We're under the tram lines, and the race officials don't like it just yet. They'll have these drivers just go around one more time. And again, the mini qualifying heat 1 getting ready to take the green flag. And again, like you mentioned, right, looking back to round number 1, Forrest Blair was victorious at the end of it. He's starting alongside Peculi on the outside, then Carlucci to West, Bishop and Tavi. First 3 rows to Tarango, Ochi, McPhail, Bazanski, Passo, and Dukalescu. Your top 6 rows.
Yeah, and a lot more talent following behind them, Caleb. And I think we talked all throughout qualifying of how this new track layout is going to affect racing. Of course, the 2 chicanes that they just came out of Rocky Moran, and then the second one before you go into the S's in the midfield. Again, just making it a little bit of a tighter corner, that turn 5 this time for these drivers, and then the quick left-right chicane to end off the lap. A lot of speculation throughout qualifying and us watching during the warm-ups here, Caleb, and now all that finally being put to rest. We're going to see how this layout races.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it here. The wait just about to be over. We've waited for a couple of weeks to return here to the beautiful K1 circuit in Winchester, California. And again, the qualifying heats are just getting ready to go underway. You see this start a lot slower, Nate, than what we had in the previous start. Just at a crawling pace here. You see the smoke just starting to build here as Matthew Peculi and Forrest Blair get ready to lead us to the green flags. The HRT machine on the inside. The GFC on the outside, into the tram line. Second time of asking. We wait for the green flag. We got it. We're racing in mini. Already a good move around the outside for Forrest Blair.
Yeah, and off the get-go there, Caleb, sorry to go over there, but what a jump for the GFC pilot immediately through the first corner, now into the chicanes, already putting a couple of kart lengths on him so far. Not getting as big of jumps as we saw last race weekend, clearing the field by almost a second on that opening lap at times, so it seems like these drivers able to get through that start sequence a lot more efficiently this time.
Yeah, very well said there, Nate. And indeed, right, we kind of talk about the gap. It's quite significant here for Forrest Blair to start this one off, puts himself at about 2 car lengths. But we've seen how quickly it can close, and you see it there, right? This chicane just keeps that field very close together. without having that passing, as big of a passing zone like we had a while ago. So already completing lap number 1 as we work our way now into turn number 1. As they work their way now onto the front stretch, and first lap completed. This field now, as quickly as it opened up, Nate, it's now closed down. We're about to be bumper to bumper for about first down to 6th with Carson Bishop. The driver's just at the back of the pack, back of the front pack, I should say, with more movers making moves further back. Lucas Tarango finds himself down in 7th, and he's starting to close in as well.
Again, Forrest Blair just opening that gap up just a little bit. But like we've seen all throughout round 1, and like we're going to see throughout the rest of this race weekend, it's really hard to break away from the rest of the pack. The draft is so huge here at K1 Circuit. You can see a couple moves being made further back. No one making any gain on position. Everyone's staying in line for the time being. Of course, 7 laps of very short qualifying heat here at Caleb. So all these mini drivers deciding to be patient on this early stage of the race. But once we get towards those final couple of laps, we'll have to see if they want to go for those heat points or if they want to get a safe finish.
You got to pick and choose, right? Can't have both. So we'll see as the rest of the field goes by. And driver in 4th, Kendall West. Young lady who we saw here at round number 1 was quite impressive, must be said. Just a little mistake there on the exit of turn number 5, going a little bit wide, a little out of shape. Benjamin Tavi now able to just close in as the top 3 starting to break away. Forrest Blair, Peculi, and Maddox Carlucci, the top 3, extend their gap. The 3 laps completed now. Now a move on the inside. Peculi looking into 1, not going to stick. Out of shape, and as quickly as that, Maddox Carlucci gets himself up to 2nd. In this group, we're about 2. It was 3 wide there almost as they were working their way into Rocky Moran. Now they've finally settled down, and Kendall West still ahead of the second pack.
Yeah, Kendall West with some work to do, a driver who, thinking back to round 1, was right there with Forrest Blair for the opening couple of heats. Lost a little bit of time throughout the day, but once the night came and we started racing under those lights, last qualifying heat of the day, she was one of the fastest karts on track, as Lucas Tarango trying to get by Bishop in front of him, unable to, and a wheel drop there from Kendall West, heading into the final corner, losing all those positions, Caleb, and you can see just how much a little mistake like that and getting some dust and debris onto the tire can really affect you, and Kendall West is going to be wishing that mistake didn't happen once we get into tomorrow with the heat points. But of course, still a lot of race left to go for here in the next 2 qualifying heats later on today.
Yeah, you saw the frustration there out of Kendall West, right? Just kind of smacked the steering wheel, just kind of frustrated with a mistake there on the exit of turn number 11. So nonetheless, putting together a good drive, right, to catch back up to the top 3 as Peculi starting to lose a little bit of time. His lap time's not the same as our 2 drivers up front, 52 or 58.8 for Peculi last time by for Maddox Carlucci and Forrest Blair. They're both down in the low 58.1 for Blair, Carlucci at 58.2. So you see it start to close back in, and that'll be a lot of what we find ourselves saying, right, Nate? You see these gaps open up, and with a move or 2, it just closes right on down. And that's a testament to the raceability of this racetrack and, promoting moves, promoting passes, and promoting some great racing action. It's almost dogfight situations at the end of every single race. Now we sit here and we wait for Maddox Carlucci to try and get himself within striking distance here of Forrest Blair. Just has to put together a good middle sector. And turn number 1, like we've said time and time again, that's been the favorite passing zone for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, and obviously passing zones made a lot more difficult this time around, especially turn 8. Last time, this was a hard braking zone into a hairpin. That's now a chicane. And especially into the final corner there. Another late braking opportunity that you can't really get to the inside of on the exit of that chicane. Forrest Blair continues to look behind him. We're getting the 2 to go on track. On time and score, we're getting final lap, so we'll see what the drivers are able to do here. You can see Tarango making a move on Bishop, I believe, further back there for 4th and getting that job done. Well far away from the lead pack. And I mean, all these drivers, Caleb, have the pace to hold it up front. It's just getting through that start sequence.
It's just a matter of consistency, right? We kind of talk a lot about these young drivers and these early stages of their career, if you will, quote unquote. It's just learning, right? Hitting your marks every single step, not making the mistakes. And that's one of the biggest things that we get out of talking to rookies in the pro divisions is how do you go out there and how do you put together a perfect 8 to 9 laps as the races go on. And that's been the biggest key for these young drivers. Right now, throw all that away. It's a matter of keeping on the track and keeping your competitor behind you as Carlucci and Forrest Blair still fighting. The white flag flew. We still have one more lap to go in Carlucci before Rocky Moran gets himself to the lead of the race. Forrest Blair now looking to fight back from second.
Forrest Blair looking to the outside. Carlucci holding it strong on the apex of 4 there. Not letting the GFC get by. Into the S's now. Not really any passing opportunities through here, Caleb. It's going to be interesting once we get into the chicane.
Yeah, we'll see. Blair, again, he was quite good out of the chicane. On this final lap, we'll see what he can do. Blair opens up the exit now. Carlucci goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Final corner, 1 lap to go. Forrest Blair looking to cross him up. They're going to drag race all the way to the finish line. Forrest Blair, does he have enough? Across the line, he does. Forrest Blair just gets himself across the line, crossing over Maddox Carlucci to take the win in the first of the 3 qualifying heat races that we have on the schedule for today. Maddox Carlucci put up a fight. Couldn't make it stick in the end. Thule across the line in 3rd. Lucas Tarango, Carson Bishop, Asher Bazanski to Benjamin Tabby, Ryan McPhail, William Warwick, and Kendall West fell down to the 10th spot at the end of that race. But win number 1 goes the way of the winner from round number 1. Forrest Blair victorious at the end of the first qualifying heat race. Second qualifying heat of the day, getting ready to go green with Sebastian Hauser and Cameron Johnson leading this field to green. Troy Ferguson and Bronson Custis getting ready to go green from that second row with Mason Moses, Wes Witt as well there further back on row number 3. Brandon Eng, Keegan Ellsworth, Hudson Hidalgo, Luis Martinez, Nixon Ellsworth, Alejandro Gonzalez, Sebastian Johnson, Izo Bazanski, and more getting ready to lead us to the green flag. This field in K8 100 Junior with 27 drivers getting ready to take the green flag. And again, if this weekend is anything like what we saw at round number 1 just a little over a month ago, Nate, we are in for an absolute show here this weekend for the second round and the start of these juniors on round number 2, qualifying heat number 1, getting ready to go underway. And this weekend must be said with some new faces. Cameron Johnson, one of those, the National Motorsports driver, making his junior debut here this weekend on our platform. Already had a couple of preseason races elsewhere over in the state of Florida, but joins us here this weekend as well. He was racing last weekend here in California, here at K1 Circuit. And here's another quick look at that starting lineup with Kustis, Wagner, Moses, and more, Nate.
Yeah, of course, Sebastian Hauser, the driver, one of the drivers to watch last race weekend, and a new face for Cameron Johnson, one that we had picked to look out for, Caleb. But KA Junior was always a fun one to watch. We're about to go racing again and into the tram lines for the first time.
Well, here we go. Sebastian Hauser, the HRT OTK on the inside, and on the outside, Cameron Johnson for Nash Motorsports on that bright blue, black, and yellow EOS machine. Green flag flies, and we're racing in K8 Junior.
Solid start for Sebastian Hauser, picking up where he left off from the first weekend. Through the uphill, through Rocky Moran, and into the first of these little cutout chicanes. Already going defensive here, and white lining just a little bit. Troy Ferguson right behind him. You can see the rest of the field filing their way through what is turn 6 on this layout we have for round 2. But down through the S's for the first time. Single file running here, Caleb, and no surprise, the HRT machine of Sebastian Hauser leading the way.
Yeah, very good start here for Sebastian Hauser, and already, right, like you mentioned, just going defensive those first couple corners, putting himself to the bottom, looking to defend for position, looking to stay in control of this race. Now he sees a move out of Cameron Johnson, going to the bottom of turn number 1, looking on the inside. Johnson's clear. Ferguson stuck on the outside along with them. Round 1 winner, Braden Wagner, follows through for third.
And Wagner was one of the duo that was with Hauser, as Cameron Johnson putting the bumper to Sebastian Hauser there through turn 6. New leader, Cameron Johnson, that's going to put Hauser down to third, so not horrible for him, Caleb. That could have gone a lot worse, of course, with how condensed these KA Junior fields are. Could have gone way further back. Cameron Johnson already going on to the offensive here in the opening couple of laps. And you have the two drivers who are the main contenders last race weekend right there as well, but a whole host of KA Juniors on the scene now as well.
You got about 20 drivers just in this front pack. Rolled up, black flag goes to everybody almost inside of the top 10, because the run down to turn number 5 was just stacked up with a good number of drivers. Everybody just pushing and shoving, looking to make way, looking to get themselves in a better position. The fastest lap, that belongs to Dania Bazanski. She's on the GFC machine just in the middle of this field. One kart off to the wayside on the exit of turn number 5, but the rest, it's 10 drivers and more in this lead pack, all led by rookie Cameron Johnson, with Wagner right behind him, another one of the rookies, Sebastian Hauser. And Johnson goes to the bottom again. Everybody looking for change in position. Wagner, side-by-side contact further back for the Kartniks. 2 GFCs, 4 get collected here just on the exit of turn number 8. And you talk about the chicane stacking people up. That's exactly what we saw there as Hauser goes to the outside.
Battling for the lead, Hauser getting it done See the mid-pack there, but Cameron Johnson falling through the pack. You think back to national racing and the mini career that Cameron Johnson has had, looking up the inside. One of the drivers there as we see the rest of the midfield pack go by. But talking about Cameron Johnson just really quickly, a driver that in his mini career has had such incredible one-lap pace and always qualified very high up, and we saw that today. But the main struggle for him was always getting your elbows out on lap one, maintaining that position, and especially now, staying up there, challenging for the race lead in a very competitive junior field. Is a really impressive run for Cameron Johnson so far.
Yeah, very competitive, and especially at a racetrack where it's not easy to come away with a win here. So now back to the drawing board, if you will, being back in third. This is where you learn, right? How do you get back up to the front? How do you kind of build yourself to get back up to lead? And it's all about making the right decisions, making the right moves, and as well, not making mistakes. Consistency, one of the biggest things that we talked about with our micro and mini drivers, and then now that's even more so here in junior, right? With this hungry pack of 29 drivers total in this field, and at a track like this, that races like this, that keeps everybody just close together, you're going to see a whole lot of this, right? And elbows out, that's, like you mentioned, Nate, going to be the name of the game here this weekend. As to the bottom, Hauser going to take them all low. Wagner follows, as well as Wes Witt, who sits in that second spot as we get ready to start lap number 5. With one driver off, one of the GFCs way down, and I think that might be Ellsworth. Nixon Ellsworth, that is.
I think it is. Nixon Ellsworth, Caleb, one of the drivers, one of the GFCs that was able to hold with Wagner throughout the opening weekend. Wasn't able to top a session, but was still a driver we were talking about. And a lot of the GFCs that aren't the likes of Braden Wagner and Wes Witt have had some really bad starts to this weekend. You saw there was a couple pileups early on, a couple of drivers going to the wayside. It's been a bit of a chaotic start for these KA juniors. Out in front ever since that melee on the lap 2, I believe. It's been fairly calm, but that mid-pack is still going at it.
Still, and with 2 laps to go, this battle for the lead definitely going to start to kick off as Hauser leads them all to the bottom once again. Wes Witt follows him, and that's going to just not give him the run that he would have wanted, maybe, as looks by in a turn number 2. Johnson's right there, fastest lap of the race. You saw him close down that gap quickly. Tyron Scott's right behind him in the 5th spot. Scott now looking to pounce. He's through. The same for Bronson Custas, who's able to go by on Cameron Johnson. He's now down in 6th, and up front, Bastian Hauser still in the lead of this race through it all. And that shuffling further back, that change for position, that's going to give Johnson a whole lot of work to do on this final lap to get himself within the highest paying points positions, being inside of the top 5, and obviously the biggest one winning. But Hauser now has that. This is going to take him out of the bottom again in a turn 1. Now we're side by side on the exit as we work our way through Rocky Moran. Johnson looking for a move low. Not going to get it. Hauser still leads as we go up the hill.
Hauser looking comfortable right where he likes to be. P1, who doesn't? But Hauser on that HRT just seems so calm and collected when he's leading a field. And it looks like it could be another heat race victory, qualifying heat victory for Sebastian Hauser here, Caleb. Through the S's, just a couple more corners to go to secure it.
And this gap is very healthy as well. It was at 2 car lengths as we exited turn number 8. Now into turn number 9. Hauser just has to keep it clean. One more corner to go for Sebastian Hauser on the HRT OTK. Coming across the line to win the first of the qualifying heat races in KA Junior. Cross the line second, Wes Witt. Going to join him on row number 1 later on today with Braden Wagner, Tyron Scott, Bronson Custas, Cameron Johnson falling down to 6th. Keegan Ellsworth, Hudson Hidalgo, Diesel Bazanski, and Luis Martinez, your top 10. Here's another quick look at the results. All the way down to your top 15 with Alejandro Gonzalez, Sebastian Johnson, Rylan Harley, Aaron Spears, and Alec Beninsky. Your top 15. And one of the biggest stories out of that one, Nixon Ellsworth did not complete this race. And a driver who we talked a lot about, Troy Ferguson as well. Very, very fast. One of the fastest rookies, one of the most favored as well here in the state of California. Not able to complete, finished 29th. Jet Whipple, another one of the DNFs at the end of that one. That's it. Qualifying heat race number 1 for our KA seniors comes your way next. Just a commercial break. We'll be right back. More.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
One thing that is really nice about the Micro 6 is with this new IMU platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. This channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
If you like what you see and you want to join the grid, get ready as Champions of the Future America Series is heading towards round 3 on March 21st through the 22nd at K1 Circuit for the first ever reverse race. You're going to climb uphill through the S's, plunge downhill on the Bank Rocky Moran corner, and you'll challenge yourself to a racing experience that none of these drivers will have ever done before. Visit championskartingamerica.com to learn more and get ready to join the grid.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside kart specialist, proudly supporting Champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race in his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit, your coverage will resume shortly.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Karts are rolling here as we look at your starting lineup for your KA100 seniors. Jackson Menchu and Spencer Smith on that first row. Johnny Stamps, Archer Eversman with Kalani Anaya and Aiden Aquino on row number 3. You go back to Jacob Capel, Theo Kakati, Caden O'Connor, Cash Lettieri, Ethan Williams, and Rylan Cordon. Those first couple of rows. You look back as well, all the way down to Nolan Bishop, starting at the tail end of this field for qualifying heat A versus B. And we talked about it, right? 41 drivers total have made their way out here to K1 Circuit, Winchester for the second round of the Champions of the Future America Series. About 40% of the drivers here this weekend are racing in the KA100 senior field, Nate.
Yeah, huge field, an inverse from last weekend where senior was one group, junior had the split groups. Now, senior having the split groups, a large, very competitive field this time around. Jackson Menchu, the driver who went fastest overall in qualifying, will lead them to the green with the winner from last time out, Johnny Stamps, starting P3 behind him.
Well, Jackson Menchu caught everybody by surprise in qualifying. We'll see if he can solidify a result here in racing action. Green flag flies, and we go racing in KA Senior.
Good jump out of the gates from Jackson Menchu, doing exactly what he needed to do. Through Rocky Moran corner for the first time, and Johnny Stamps already to the inside, unable to get it done. Is the GFC pilot, already a couple karts in the background going around. Another good start, though, for Spencer Smith, obviously losing the spot to last race weekend's winner, but staying in P3 and inside that top 5 breakaway that's already started to form. Caleb, we talked about it so much last race weekend, how easy it is for that top 5 or so karts to break away. As you can see, Archer Eversman trying to get a job done on the Pantano machine. Unable to through the chicane, but gets the pass made in T13. Across the line for the first time, it's still Menchu and Stamps leading the way.
Yeah, good move there out of Archer Eversman. A track that he's all too familiar with here with the Axis Kart Sport team. Won here last weekend at the Challenge of the Americas race. Now looking to get another one to his name here this weekend in Champions of the Future competition. There's Theo Kakati already making a couple moves. Able to get ahead of Aiden Aquino there for the 6th spot. So Kakati up another spot, driver out of the UAE. Now gets himself in the conversation as Jackson Menchu coasting at the moment up front. Stamps showing his hand just a lap ago. Wanted to go for the lead of this race and couldn't get it. But this weekend, it's going to be a lot different, right? You have a little bit more room to fight. And again, when you talk about points, it's just making sure that you're up at the front within the top 5 to get a top 10 starting spot for the main event later on today. And that's, Johnny Stamps was buried in the field in the main event at round 1 and was able to come away with the win. So it's just a matter of whenever we combine this field, whenever we have 40 drivers total on the racetrack, Nate, it's just being there, right? Being within the top 5, maybe even within the top 10 with how the racing has gone here at K1 Circuit. But that's key. And with only 20 drivers on the track, it gives you a little bit more room, a little bit more freedom to kind of make a mistake, if you will. Put it, you can put a tire wrong and not lose as many or not lose as much, rather than you would with 40 drivers total like we saw, or 30 plus like we saw at round number 1 throughout those qualifying heats, because we weren't split. Now that we are, gives them a little bit more freedom, if you will, but still not too much. You need to come away with a result one way or another. Skakati's still making up moves. It's a 5th now.
Yeah, and exactly my thoughts on that. And quickly, Theo Kakati, a driver who we see a lot more in shifter competition, doing quite well in K100. But I mean, talking about the qualifying heats, it's as long as you're inside that top 5, maybe top 10 with how the finals were last race weekend, you still put yourself in a very good position going into the main event on Sunday. We saw drivers get shuffled way back in the pack during the final and then make their way into race winning contention. So really it's just about consistency is the big thing here for Champions of the Future America Series. Just getting through those qualifying heat races nice and clean, racking up those points and putting yourself in the best possible position you can for Sunday.
One driver way wide there, Kakati. Just going past, it was almost in the second kind of strip of blue paint there, and track limits was something that the officials at the end of round number 1 were looking at, and how much these drivers were kind of playing with those limits. Kakati just has to be careful, right? Can't do that again. They'll deem it as a track limits violation. And this is, again, one of the tracks, you do have some dirt runoff, some turf runoff, if you will. And you have that kind of big runoff after the rumble strips the paint with an extra bit of asphalt that's going to paint it over. So still can't take advantage of that to make moves or any of the like. And that being said, Kakati didn't help out too much. Kalani Anaya was able to get by the 5th spot. Nate Nakino now brought right back into play in 7th. His movers further back look like... and Josh Leslie was one of the ones that was right there as well, looking for 9th, maybe 8th. And now Johnny Stamps with the first challenge here on Jackson Menchu, a 52.3. Take the fastest lap of the race, and Stamps been patient so far. He tried to move on lap 1, Nate, but we haven't seen anything out of Stamps since then. Still going to get himself on that rear bumper of Menchu.
Yeah, and I think they see the gap that they have. It's just that top 4 breakaway from that 5 kart train behind them. And I think after having a race weekend under their belts, like we were saying a couple minutes ago, how important it just is to get those points in the qualifying heat race. Getting first or second in a qualifying heat doesn't really matter all too much. Doesn't really determine the outcome of the weekend. It's when you get to Sunday, and those drivers who are up there, saying Jackson Menchu, Johnny Stamps, Archer Eversman, know that all too well. So I think they're going to be very content, Caleb, to just stick with where they are. Maybe get a little racy later on in the day. Maybe get ready for that main event tomorrow and the superheat tomorrow as well, to really hone their racecraft, see where their karts are good, where they can get by other drivers, where their weak spots are. But right now, a very laid-back performance from these top 4, knowing exactly what they need to do.
And I think laid back's probably the perfect word to use here, right? This is a huge 180 from what we saw just a month and a half ago almost, with moves that were on the line there, with people pushing and shoving, trying to get through the pack. And now it seems like you're able to breathe, able to plan a race, take a look over the shoulder, even see what's coming, know what's coming. Just a lot more calm, it seems, for these drivers to try and put this race together. And we'll see, right? We could be easily proven wrong with that second group of C versus D. And again, that one as well should have the likes of Frankie Nossman and a couple of other drivers taking the green flag just at the conclusion of this first K senior group. Now it's time, with 2 laps to go. All that patience, all the waiting, all that room for error now gone. With 2 laps to go, Archer Eversman closes in on Johnny Stamps. Spencer Smith right there in 4th as well. And we'll see if anybody's got something for Menchu. With a lap and a half to go, Stamps looking now on the inside of turn number 5. And a quick answer to my question, Johnny Stamps, the lead of the race.
That's what Johnny Stamps wanting, those extra qualifying heat points. Into turn 11 they go. No moves being made. It's just 1 lap to go next time they come across the line. Archer Eversman going a little defensive there from the Pantano pilot of Spencer Smith, but white flag in the air, and now, Caleb, we see what we're all too familiar with KA action. White lining and defending. Menchu going to try the over-under. Just able to get there alongside Johnny Stamps into the uphill section through Rocky Moran. Put the Calvo driver development pilot back to the lead, Caleb.
Yeah, Stamps try to crowd him there on the straightaway into Rocky Moran, just to not let Stamps through, and Menchu through. Mention just able to get ahead still. A good bit left as we work our way now into turn number 8. Up the hill to turn number 9. Mention just has to hold on for about 2 more corners. We've seen crossovers here. The chicane's going to be hard, but the run to turn number 12. Stamps is going to open up, looking to cross him up. Over, under, has a push from behind. Spencer Smith looking to help as they drag race to the line, side by side. And Jackson Menchu holds on by 3 thousandths of a second over Johnny Stamps and Spencer Smith. That comes across the line to finish in third. Archer Eversman and Anaya Kalani there to finish inside of the top 5. But Jackson Menchu, so he was challenged by Stamps, able to hold on and able to take away the highest paying points position at the end of qualifying heat race number 1. That's it for the first half of your KA seniors. The second half getting ready to come out in a couple of moments here, and we look down as well at the Kakati, Aquino, Capel, Leslie, and Carpenter here to round up the top 10. Well, it's time for the second half of our KA Seniors. Their qualifying heat, C versus D, for the first of their three. Gerardo Peralta and Frankie Mossman get ready to lead this field to green with Matthew Cagle and John Michael Dunnigan on row number 2. Rocky Moran, the third. His grandfather, what the Rocky Moran corner is named after. Getting ready to start alongside Steven Iser with Luis Perez. And Henry Falls hand as well with Talon Brown, Spencer Kempton, down to Maxi Saga, Maximilian Bowie, Chris Tokunaga, Brandon Chu, Steven Searock, Peyton Anderson, Max Barron, Vivian Teeler, Joseph Hewitt, Jasmine Buckley, and Dylan Lee Hallmark. Your competitors that are getting ready to take the green flag in the second half of the first heat race for the KA Seniors. Qualifying heat C versus D with Peralta starting on the inside, moving down from the Pro X30 to KA Senior, running alongside Frankie Mossman on the outside, hand in the air for Mossman. He might just get swallowed by this pack here, Nate.
Horrible getaway for that outside line, Caleb. And Frankie Mossman knew from the get-go through Rocky Moran corner. And already you can see Matthew Cagle, the GFC Formula Works driver, getting by into the lead over Peralta. And Frankie Mossman from the front row to fourth. It's not the worst thing in the world, Caleb, but surely that's going to be in his mind, thinking, that start procedure wasn't exactly how I wanted it to go, but 10 laps, 10 miles of this place for qualifying heat 1. And obviously we know how talented Frankie Mossman is. He'll be able to get himself back up, but at the moment, GFC Formula Works, Matthew Cagle leading the way.
Cagle finds himself out in front of the rest of the pack now, starting to mix around. Peralta in second to Rocky Moran, the third. Frankie Mossman, Luis Perez, your top 5. And there's a little bit of separation back to John Michael Dunnigan, who's currently the driver in 6th. As now, Uber's up front. Peralta looking on the inside of turn number 6. He's going to get it. Sorry, turn number 5 there. He's going to get the lead. But now Cagle falling back even to the 3rd spot. Rocky Moran able to fall through up to 2nd.
Further back there, Caleb, Luis Perez, the Mike Manning karting driver, trying to get by Frankie Mossman, and Mossman having none of it. Of course, he's not going to be happy with how that start went on, like we said, but wants to stay out in front of whatever pack he's in leading and lead his way up to the front. And there you can see Caleb through turns 2, 3, and 4, Hornet's Nest through Rocky Moran. Mossman now up to 3rd. Cagle stops the bleeding early, but he's going to have Mossman up his inside for Kartnick. So now Mossman back to where he started and work to do.
Yeah, good move there out of Frankie. Gets himself to 2nd now, looking to chase down Peralta in the lead of it all. Matthew Cagle there, slotting in 3rd. Good movement, a little bit more action in the early stages this time around, Nate, than what we saw just a couple of minutes ago for qualifying heat A versus B. KA Senior now, this group, not surprising, right? A lot of hungry young drivers in this field. Is now Mossman looking on the inside of turn 1, side by side with Peralta, able to get through. Cagle through for 2nd. And as well, like you mentioned, Luis Perez, the Mike Manning machine, up to 3rd.
Battling's not done yet, though. Perez up the inside of Cagle, almost takes Mossman with him. It was a late lunge from the Mike Manning karting driver, and now has his sights set on Frankie Mossman. These two driving each other very hard in the early portion of this race. Through the chicane they go, and they'll be crossing the timing and scoring line to complete another lap. But, Caleb, you think back to last race, it was a lot more calm than this, and this time it's a lot more gloves off for these KA Senior drivers. They're going defensive. Perez to the lead.
Yeah, good move there out of Perez. A little wide, though, on the exit. Mossman, crossover move right back to the front. Cagle through for 2nd. And Peralta right there in third, and the rest of the pack is well on its way. We're down almost. It's Alan Brown who's down in ninth. I think even further than that is Peyton Anderson. Fastest lap of the race, 52.339. For that driver down in 12th. So this group, Nate, continuing to grow here with the battles. Still kicking off up front. Mossman now to the middle of the racetrack. Fades low as we head into the chicane on the exit of turn number 9. Now on the front stretch, Mossman.
He's pointing forward, though, Caleb. He's sorry to interrupt there. He's pointed forward. Of course, he's driven with some of the best Pro X30 drivers in the nation the past couple of years. He knows the mindset that you have to have. Why battle this early? You're halfway through the first qualifying heat of 3. And, of course, the super heat later on tomorrow and then the final. Points are paid for day points, no weekend points. There's no money handed out here. Just get forward. Don't battle amongst yourselves. Do exactly what they did in the heat before you. It's that simple. And Mossman, well aware of that. I think Kagel in second is on the same wavelength as well. But the rest of the field continuing to go at it.
And again, like I was about to say, right, that's exactly what it needs, right? With the driver, if you will now, Frankie Mossman has been in the senior ranks for a couple years now. Having that experience, having that, veterancy, if you will, being up at the front, it's telling the younger guys, all right, let's push, right? What can we do? Can we pull away from the rest of the field? We just spend 2 to 3 laps just pushing each other along. And, Nate, you said it best. Just put yourself where that group was just a couple of minutes ago, push away from the field and extend the gap. And they're doing just that. The top 3 working quite well together with Mossman, like we said, continuing to improve his lap times, just only getting better. Same for Kagel, same for Peralta, and now Luis Perez. They're missing a little bit. They're missing about a 10th what those top 3 have. But John Michael Dunnigan, who's right behind him in that 5th spot, and Steven Iser as well. Must be said, he's worked his way through this field, now getting himself up to 6th. But the qualifying pace that we saw to Steven Iser a month and a half ago, Nate, definitely wasn't the same story here whenever you kicked off the qualifying, and having to work his way through the field now, even out at the 6th spot. You see him now starting to come back in a frame. We saw Mossman as well move low, move back high. Still very patient, and that's key, right? Last 2 laps, leave it down to that. Maybe even the white flag. And Mossman going to defend here out of Kagel.
Speaking to your point on Steven Isert, who's now up to 5th there, Caleb. I mean, it's not weekend over if he finishes like this throughout the heats. Yeah, he's going to want to have the pace to obviously lead and be up front, but a string of P5 finishes once we get to the final on Sunday will put you really high up, especially with all the shuffling we saw for position, as you can see Peralta up the inside of Kagel, side by side, 2 to go this time by. That's going to allow a little bit of breathing room for Frankie Mossman, but like we know, Caleb, how effective that draft is, those 4 karts behind Frankie should draft right up to the back end of the Kartnik 459 machine leading the way. Of course, that being if they all get along and push forward.
And we'll keep an eye on it here as that group for third on back, still fighting with Luis Perez in third. Peralta still chasing down Frankie Mossman in second. And again, that gap to the lead for Peralta is quite significant. It's not as big as it's been, I think, all day in the KE senior ranks. And it just shows you, right? Frankie kind of timed it out perfectly, got himself up front, battling Sue behind him, and he's running away with it here. White flag flies, 1 lap to go for Frankie Mossman in the lead of the race, as Perez now gets himself up to 3rd.
Mossman might be able to get away with this one with not having any help. Through Rocky Moran corner he goes. The likes of Peralta, Perez, Kagel, and now Isert in that battle as well. We're going to have to battle amongst themselves. More battling happening even further back that we haven't touched on because there's been so much action at the front here, Caleb. Through the S's again, I think this is exactly what Frankie Mossman needs. He should be taking the win here.
Yeah, just a flawless way to get himself up front, not look back. He looked back a couple of times, right? Just asked for a little bit of help. He got it. And and the win, falling right into Mossman's lap. He's going to take away the second qualifying heat race from the KA seniors. He wins his respective one, C versus D. Frankie Mossman wins the first one for himself on the day with Peralta in second. Luis Perez across the line in third. Rookie Matthew Cagle fourth. Steven Eisert up another spot in the end. Close off your top five.
And while we have time here, Caleb, talking about Frankie Mossman, spending a lot of time here at K1 Circuit on his off weekends when he's not racing on the Road to Indy ladder. It seems it's hard to find a weekend when he's not coaching here at K1 Circuit, especially with the Kart Nick guys. There's another look, your unofficial classification for qualifying heat C through D. The first one here from KA 100 Senior. A big win for Frankie Mossman on this first time out.
Well, coming up next, KA Heritage gets ready to lead us to the green flag. After this quick commercial break, you're watching Kart Chase's live coverage of the Champions of the Future America Series.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsakrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsakrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsakrakRacing.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
All right, welcome back. KA Heritage now hits the racetrack. We've heard a lot from myself and Nate Dean. Let's hear from our very own Jackson Lambro standing down on grid.
Gentlemen, I think the word of the day here is going to be physical, just because talking to a lot of the guys from KA Junior, KA Senior, the sun seems to have a little bit of extra sting on these guys today. A lot of sweat coming out of these guys' race suits for the time being, and running it over a little bit of extra curbing as well. But hearing from some of the guys in the booth, 127 degrees, the temperature of the track right now. Going to heat up even more here as we go green.
Thank you there, Jackson. Indeed, very, very hot here this weekend in Winchester, California. One of the things to mention, and goes on with the point that we made earlier on today, Nate, with tire temperature and the like. So, you know, out there for Jackson. Going to be physical out there for all these drivers, keeping it in, keeping it focused, and keeping cool. Will be one of the things, especially for our heritage drivers, as they get their way, as they get their race underway. Paul Bonilla led the field to green here with Joshua Daly, who slots in line right behind him in the 506 Nash Motorsports machine, down to Tony Gomez, Shane Hawkins, Ryan Kasner, Craig Vasquez, Kyle Armstrong, Long Lin, and Johnny Wang. Johnny Wang there, sorry. Our 9 drivers in this heritage field. And Paul Bonilla already, core length, ahead of Joshua Daly, Nate.
Yeah, 2 drivers we saw up front contending for race wins last race weekend. Picking up where they left off, Paul Bonilla and Joshua Daly. Already building a bit of a gap, Caleb, like we've seen all throughout races throughout this 2026 season. It's Gomez and Hawkins, the 2 GFCs right behind. Thought about having a little bit of a scrap, but I think both of them know they have to work their way forward, work together to work their way forward, I should say, to get to these front 2. But Joshua Daly at the early stage of this race, just staying calm behind Paul Bonilla. Looks like he's just sizing him up in that Nash Motorsports machine. Running P2. Looks like it has pace to get by Bonilla, but just weighing his options right now, Caleb.
Yeah, indeed here, as Bonilla, again, that lead closed right on down and into Rocky Moran. It's going to open up again as Joshua Daly just lost a big chunk of time there, Nate. In turn number 4, I don't know if his entry was just maybe a little too narrow, and that opened him up a lot. But he's now falling into Tony Gomez and Shane Hawkins here. Ryan Kasner's right there in line in fifth as well, but that was a big mistake there, big mishap out of Daly in turn number 4 and 8.
Yeah, track where you can't really afford those mistakes. So you can see just how much it's hurt Daly. Further back, though, Shane Hawkins, another move attempted or thought about on Tony Gomez, his teammate, the 505 GFC in front of him. But no moves in this start phase of qualifying Heat 1 for our KA Heritage drivers, and no surprise, Paul Bonilla going fastest last time by.
Got a good little battle here forming for third, and again, we talked about Tony Gomez and Shane Hawkins. They're going at it side by side, and it looked like Hawkins there just stuck on the outside. Lost a good chunk of time. So that was Hawkins there, who just was wide into the marbles, out of shape, and that allowed Kasner to close in, as well as Craig Vasquez. He's now ahead of Ryan Kasner, so Vasquez up into the 5th spot with Kasner down to 6th. As we start lap number 5 in the top 2, closing up again. Joshua Daly now a car length away from Paul Bonilla at the front of it all.
Yeah, this is interesting from Daly here, Caleb, is one of the big talking points on Sunday for round 1 was tire wear, especially in those super heats. Of course, you get to strap a new set on for the main events, but come the super heats and not really qualifying Heat 3, just with the lower temperatures and those conditions. Just the tire wear is such a huge factor around here. So, I mean, Daly has the pace to be able to get by Bonilla and maybe walk into the sunset, but is that something you want to do right now? Or if you know you have a pace advantage over the driver in front of you that's this significant, do you just lay back a little bit and save those tires for the rest of the qualifying heat races?
I mean, hard question, right? Because some of the best drivers, can drive at that 80%, 75% while not using all of their tire. And that's just one of the things that these drivers have to think about, right? With Paul Bonilla, not breaking as deep, maybe not turning in as aggressive and saving a little bit of that press of tire to last for 3 qualifying heat race and then a super heat, and you'll get the new set for the main event. But just being smart with how you drive it, especially in these middle stages of this first qualifying heat, is just kind of nursing it, right? Getting it up to temperature, and then, like I said, right, driving it maybe that 75 to 80%. In those last 2 laps, you turn it up and drive it to the 100%. As there was a big off there out of Daly. Definitely driving at the 100% and trying to get the lead of this race. But hard question, right, Nate? And the wear's been different throughout the Pro X30s. They've talked about massive wear, and again, rightfully so, 125 cc's compared to 100. It's that little bit faster speeds, cornering speeds as well. So, could be a lot of anything, and we'll see, right? It'll be interesting to hear from some of these drivers as well as the day goes on, as Jackson has time to kind of catch up with them. But, you have a weekend under your belt, learning the tire, seeing it, tire pressures, the difference in heat. Now, what do you take in the main event later on today? What did you learn from weekend 1, or maybe practice days out here at K1 Circuit? What do you take in to the rest of the day in qualifying Heat 2 and as well tomorrow whenever it's main event time, Nate?
Yeah, of course, a ton of factors going into tomorrow with qualifying Heat 3, Super Heat, and main event, the final for all classes. Be interesting to see how things shake up. I don't think we're going to see as much night running, of course, with getting rid of a race today and moving it to tomorrow, that being qualifying Heat number 3. So you have to think running qualifying Heat 3 in such cooler conditions under the night sky last race weekend was able to preserve those tires to go a little bit further into the weekend than what we'll see this time.
And that'll be something to keep an eye on for sure. The thing to be said about the second group, Tony Gomez, Ryan Kasner, and now Shane Hawkins, who's down to 5th. Greg Vasquez is making up a couple of spots, but he's stalled out in 7th. Hong Lin is down in 8th with Johnny Wang as well. They're 8th and 9th. They're just a little bit too far away from that mid-pack. And as they run, the top 2 goes to tail bumper to bumper, and 3rd back to 5th. Same for them. Nose to tail bumper to bumper is now Kasner as we exit turn number 9. Works his way up the hill. No moves yet from anybody in the field. The time definitely near. White flag flies, and gap up front, Paul Bonilla comfortable getting into the last lap.
Yeah, Bonilla having exactly what he needed to do. Nice strong race from his end. And of course, I don't think he's been looking back too much to know the pace advantage that Daly has behind. And either it's Daly choosing to save tires or just not being able to get the job done when he gets to the back end of them. But not a whole lot happening this race, but you have to think with how these drivers have played it, we're going to have a lot of strategy later on in the qualifying heats.
And we talked about this championship being 10 rounds. It's there's a lot of time. Marathon, not a sprint. The weekend will be just that. Paul Bonilla starts off on the right foot with a win. The first qualifying heat race in KA Heritage. Joshua Daly across the line in 2nd. Tony Gomez, your top 3 with Ryan Kasner. Shane Hawkins, your top 5.
Legacies aren't built overnight. They're built 1 second at a time. Never taking a lap off, and always pushing the limits. K1, helping you build your legacy from the beginning.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. The track map on the background. So if you just connect your computer to the internet, you can come up here and click on this Google Earth icon, and it will pull the background from the Google Earth into your GPS data.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. From more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
The day is ours and we seize it. Haters, man, they got reasons. Grab the moment, we freeze it. Go to the touch, all what a rush. Follow your heart, homie, go with the love. Let it rain, let it flow, let it flood. Swimming in good vibrations, it's a celebration. It's the liberation of everything we are. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them try, go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure of the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside kart specialist. Proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
All right, ready whenever. Back here live from K1 Circuit Winchester for round number 2 of Champions of the Future America Series, the premier category set to go. And you rewind to a couple weeks ago for round number 1. It was these two out in front the entire weekend. Jake Drew and Eric Doan, the two California kids going at it. It was Jake Drew getting one of the two pre-finals. Doan barely able to eke it out on the pre-final. But in the ultimate battle to the end there, it was indeed Jake Drew being your first Pro X30 winner for Champs of the Future on American soil. And with that, gentlemen, a brand new cast of drivers behind a pair of Burrells looking to work their way into the fray. Perez for Speed Sense, O'Connor for Axis, and the fellow GFC of Caramselli. Should be a good show here in X30, guys.
Yeah, we're excited for it, Jackson. Thank you very much. And what a recap. Back to round number 1 to what we saw, right? Eric Doan, you talk about one of the young drivers who, again, is coming out of the West Coast, challenging against one of the drivers who's been one of the biggest products out of the West Coast, and Jake Drew, now a veteran, if you will, in this field, who, again, a victory for him, flawless, to get it done in the end. And now with a little work to do, keep Eric Doan behind. Mateo Calderon, talk about another rookie, right? We've seen a lot of Mateo in the junior ranks to start off the year with Speed Concepts Racing. The same can be said about Daniel Perez. We've seen him off and on through the years, and he's back with us here this weekend in California. Circuit Caramselli looking for a little more, right? Got that taste of what it's like running at the front, being the driver to beat. Now has to work his way through this field. But we're getting ready. The last of the first round of qualifying heats. The green flag in the air. Pro X30 is underway.
What a horrible start for Eric Doan there, Caleb. Shuffled all the way back into 5th for the time being there. And I think should get up back into 4th by Daniel Perez. But a really bad run out of the opening couple of corners there for Eric Doan. Sorry, Caramselli up the inside of Calderon. We'll get that done, and Eric Doan will go with him. So it didn't take long for the cast we saw in round 1 to make their way towards the front of the field. Jake Drew obviously leading us from pole. Eric Doan, after a bad getaway, will move himself up the inside into the chicane at the end of the lap here as they'll come across the time and scoring stripe. Jake Drew will lead with Eric Doan not too far behind, Caleb.
Like you said, didn't take Eric long, but definitely made it a little bit harder on himself. He just bogged down off the line there, Nate. Really had nowhere to go, and again, finally, now finding he was missing at the start of the race. Get back up to 2nd with Perez. Now the driver in 2nd in Caramselli, who, unlike Doan, had a better start, and at the end of lap number 1 found himself just falling backwards, not able to hold on. He's now behind Perez as we're going to work our way up the hill, up to turn number 9. And this is, again, where Doan really has to be that little bit better, right? Going wide there on the exit of turn number 9, not going to help him out too much, because biggest thing that I took from speaking with him down in Houston just about 2 weeks ago was that how a driver like Jake Drew and any of the veterans in the Pro X30 division, you don't see them making a lot of mistakes, right? They're up there at the front, running laps, running hot laps. They know when to kind of turn it down a little bit, turn it up. And for him, that's been the hardest thing that he's had to learn, especially moving into this Pro X30 field. Now let's see what he can do as Daniel Perez is right behind him. Going to apply the pressure on the youngster as well.
Yeah, and talking about the point you just made there, Caleb, these Pro X30 drivers at the top of their level, the ones you see, obviously like Jake Drew and like what Eric Doan is getting to at his young phase of his racing career. Of course, a long way to go, but so much promise from him. But from the likes of the top drivers like Ryan Norberg, Austin Garrison, the ones we've seen at national level series across the nation, they don't make mistakes. Same too with Joe Turney. It's surprising to see them make a handful of mistakes throughout a race. The likes of JT, Ryan will make one, if that, throughout an event, and that's a huge stepping stone for those drivers making their way up from the junior ranks like Eric Doan, or making a step from KA Senior to the 125 package that you have here in X30. It's a lot harder of a kart to keep under you. And of course, like you've been saying, like we've said all season long, those little mistakes will add up, and you just can't afford to do that when the competition level is this high.
Yeah, indeed, Nate. But again, Doan has been quite strong here. Fastest lap of the race. Jake improved a little bit. Eric improves just a little bit more as well, right? Puts himself now at 0.8 of a second as he's chasing down the shoe in the 614. And Eric just, again, you see him, right, just turn it up, and you see that now populate on your screen at 50.591. Just a couple hundredths of a second better than Drew. And if he really wants to be there in the end, it's got to be a 10th, got to be about 2 as this race continues to go on, Nate.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if Eric can make that time up. Of course, a little unfortunate that he had such a bad start, because these two are so closely paced that, you know, if they did get away equally, we could have maybe seen a little bit more of what we had last race weekend, as Jake Drew just checking over his shoulder a couple times. He'll see Eric Doan slowly coming towards the back end of that 614 Formula Works GFC that Jake is piloting, but the bubble right now is about 0.8. Eric Doan not able to break into that right now. And of course, the midpoint of these Pro X30 races are so interesting, because usually we see big attacks towards the start or at the end. The mid-phase, not a whole lot happens. They kind of tend to lay back a little bit, cool the tires off, get the kart in an optimal window, but it should be interesting to see if these drivers are set up for earlier in the race, later in the race, and how that changes throughout the weekend.
And only 10 laps to kick this one off, as we've now completed. You now start lap number 6, I should say. Again, this field, when you talk about it, only 6 drivers, but the level of racing was very, very high at the first round just a month and a half ago, Nate, with battles that were delivered throughout the weekend. Jake Drew making some impressive moves. Eric Doan there as well. Even Kaminsky was in the field that weekend, and as well. Sergei Kiermaselli was right there at the front of the pack. But now this weekend, it could be a variety of things that have changed from that pole position a month and a half ago for Sergei to now, a month and a half later. What's changed for Sergei? Could be temperature, could be a lot of things that he's been having to adjust with as well. But whenever you talk about it, right, a driver like Jake Drew coming out here on weekends like this, expectation is to do nothing less than to win, right? And for anybody else, it would almost be, I would say, a breakthrough victory for anybody else in this field if they're able to take the fight in the 614.
Yeah, and obviously Jake is just such a talented driver. Getting the win last time out was huge for him, huge for Formula Works. In another national series, we've seen him be competitive over a single lap. He's gotten multiple Supernats poles, got a lot of pace under him as Kiermaselli up the inside of Perez. A little bit of argy-bargy there with 2 to go. Is 3 wide almost, and Kiermaselli going to lose another spot to Calderon, but going to close out my point on Jake Drew. And exactly like you said, Caleb, the expectation is to win, especially on a GFC and especially on a Formula Works GFC here at K1 Circuit. It's either win or no other option for them. And right now, put himself in a good spot. Kiermaselli trying it up the inside of Calderon again. But as we've been talking about this battle further back, the gap has increased between Jake Drew and Eric Doan, now up to over a second.
And now starting to extend, but it does make sense, right? For Pro X30s and so on and so forth. There is a team championship up for grabs here, Championship of the Future, the America Series, where teams will get a payout at the end of the year if they are able to come away with a team championship. This is, speaking of Tony Saragusa as well, over in Houston, said, my guys are going to run, I at least want 3 drivers racing under my banner week in, week out to come away with something at the end of the year. The same for Jake, right? Was able to win, and that promoted him to race here again this weekend at round number 2. So the payouts as well, interesting here, Jimmy's in the future, and we'll hit the details as the day goes on. But very, very cool incentives and the prizes and the entire RGMC group coming together to try and give back a little bit, right, to the customers and other drivers in the West Coast to give them somewhere to race for 10 rounds almost the entire year in 2026, a long regular season. And if Jake Drew continues this way, we'll be seeing a lot of them here in California. Across the line, Jake Drew wins in Pro X30 Qualifying Heat race number 1.
And there's confirmation. Jake Drew, dominant run. Eric Doan, almost 2 seconds back at the end. As you can see, unofficial results there. Quick point, Caleb, that could be interesting throughout the weekend. A couple drivers immediately dip into the pits when the checkered flag comes out. Some others take the cool down lap. Doesn't seem like a huge point, but when you put it in the perspective of if you do that for all the qualifying heat races and the super heat later on, essentially that's 4 miles of less track time that those press of tires have. So could be an interesting strat for those drivers that are pulling in early.
I mean, it's 12 corners, right? What you're kind of trying to cut short. So I don't know if that'll be much of an advantage. They need to find whatever they can to try and deny Jake Drew. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the answer. Who knows? Tell you what, though, we're going to find out as the day continues. There's a quick break in the action before we hit qualifying heat race number 2. And they should hit the track in about 20 minutes time is when we're scheduled to get our minis and our mini U10s back out onto the asphalt. Till then, we'll step aside. We'll be right back for more racing action. Well, it's time to do it all over again. We get ready to go racing here with our mini drivers and our mini U10s as well. When we look down the starting lineup, Matthew Peculi getting ready to lead this field to green with Forrest Blair starting alongside him on row number 1. Maddox Carlucci on row 2 with Kendall West joining him there as well. Carson Bishop, Benjamin Tavi, Lucas Tarango, Sebastian Ochi, Ryan McPhail, Asher Bizanski, Lachlan Postel, as well as Dan Dukalescu, Sebastian Majazik, Michael Dean, Mateo Gomez, William Wark, Valian Jin, Spencer Antle, Emiliano Hernandez, Aaron Senavarante, as well as Isaias Vega and more, getting ready to take the green flag here for the second qualifying heat in mini racing action. With Peculi on the inside again with Forrest Blair on the outside. Mini is underway.
This time around, Caleb, Forrest Blair getting the jump he needed. Out into the lead. Clean start for him. Clean start for all of this mini and mini U10 field. The GFC pilot of Forrest Blair out in front, having a few tenths between himself and Maddox Carlucci, the National Motorsports driver, in P2 right now. Kendall West sitting in third. And Caleb, these are drivers we've seen up front in round 1 and in the opening qualifying heat. Final race of the day for these mini and mini U10 drivers. So come across the line. It's a complete lap 1. It's still Forrest Blair by a substantial margin.
Yeah, good start out of Forrest Blair. Maddox Carlucci again looking right up where those two drivers left off. Again, a heat race number 1. Kendall West, a good start this time around, it must be said there, Nate. Kendall, we've seen her pace throughout the weekend. She was impressive over round number 1, and now here for round 2. Pushes up to P3 with a little bit of learning experience, right? After that first heat race, she made a couple of mistakes. Now it's about bouncing back, right? How do you get back up to where you know you can be fighting at the front, fighting for the lead? And again, you look back to a month and a half ago, bad luck for Kendall. And now looking to get a result here this weekend. We'll see what she can do as she's looking to chase down the leaders. Again, with a couple of drivers right behind her, Carson Bishop right there, as well as Benjamin Tavi to round up your top 5.
Yeah, and speaking about Kendall West in that third spot, a driver that didn't have a lot of luck, like you said, was able to get to P2 at the end of the final for round 1 after some battling between herself and Bizanski. Went a bit astray as one driver way off wide and Rocky Moran, but finishing the point on Kendall West there, Caleb, was out in front for a vast majority of that race with Bizanski, where Forrest Blair was having to try and claw his way back after a poor getaway. Blair obviously having the racecraft to get himself back up. Again, he just seems like a more complete package right now in this mini category, having the race pace, having that racecraft where other drivers may struggle in this or that category. It's hard to beat him. That's why he won last time, and it's why he's leading the pack this time around.
Now we'll see as they complete lap number 3. The rest of the field working their way through. So throughout the break, speaking a little bit with Jackson there as well, Nate. Got a official kind of confirmation of what the off limits is going to be here. And again, for any driver that finds himself with 4 tires in the blue paint on the exit of turn number 1, that will be deemed, again, exceeding track limits. So you saw a lot of these drivers kind of put their 2 left-hand side tires on the blue. That's fine. If it's 4, that's when the race officials will step in and deem it as track limit violations. So again, that's one of the topics that we hit on over at round 1. It's a month and a half ago, and something that we're now holding in the conversation here this weekend again for round number 2, Nate.
Yeah, and talking more about that while we have the time. You go 4 tires off there, it's not an automatic penalty. the Champions of the Future staff will be looking at if you gained a significant advantage from leaving the racing surface. It's a very similar rule than what you see to the FIA series, Formula One, World Endurance Championship, and other circuit-based series. So earlier on in the day, when you saw drivers going way wide but losing spots, most likely Champions of the Future race officials will see that as you not gaining a lasting advantage and not penalized. That being said, if you go off track, you gain some time on someone, you do that consistently, or worse, you pass someone while going all four in the blue, then that's when the Champions of the Future officials will be looking to give you a penalty.
Yeah, so very well said there, Nate. Just something for these young drivers to kind of keep an eye on to look out for here as well. But lap number 5 completed and 2.6 in the air. 2 laps to go. Our top 3 drivers nose to tail as the rest of the pack right there as well. Everybody kind of just looking for a move. Dasher Bazonsky is right there in the 6th spot. Gained 4 spots since the start of this race. Lucas Tarango's up 2 as we're going to start to battle for the lead. Forrest Blair takes Carlucci and Kendall West down to the bottom of the racetrack. Blair still holds on as that second group. Again, if those passes kind of slow down a little bit here in that second group, you got to think it could maybe be within a shot to fight for a qualifying heat race victory here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see that pack continuing to battle away. I think this is really the difference between the packs that have made mistakes here and there and the top 3 who have been pretty much inch perfect. And now white flag in the air this time to finish off the day for these Mini and U10 Minis. Blair going way wide there. It's going to open the door to Carlucci and Kendall West through turns 2, 3, 4. That's Rocky Moran corner and into the chicanes we have for this new layout for round 2. Caleb Carlucci leading the way. Forrest Blair has seen this before on the final lap in the main event last race weekend. Was able to get it done then. I don't know about now.
Here we go. Look at West just holding Forrest Blair back. And that's given Carlucci a good enough gap to try and run away with the win here. The Nash Motorsports driver clear of West as now Bazonsky closes in on Forrest Blair. Driver started on the pole position here today. Across the final corner, Maddox Carlucci on the final lap made the move, made it stick. Qualifying heat race number 2 goes the way of Maddox Carlucci and Nash Motorsports. Kendall West crosses the line in second with Forrest Blair dropping down a 3rd.
Yeah, so there you see Maddox Carlucci doing what he did last race weekend in round 1, getting the Heat 2 victory over Kendall West, over Forrest Blair. Asher Brzezinski, a driver we haven't seen towards the front end of the field this race weekend so far. Wouldn't be surprised to see him in contention for the race win on the main event come Sunday and the rest of the heat races we have for you tomorrow. And again, Max Carlucci, your winner here in Mini.
You can't hear me.
Cars out onto the racetrack. Time for qualifying heat race number 2 for our K8 Juniors, led the green flag by pole sitter and qualifying heat 1 winner Sebastian Hauser. It's ready to start alongside Cameron Johnson, Troy Ferguson, Bronson Custis, Braden Wagner, Mason Moses. That starting lineup hasn't changed to what we saw in the first qualifying heat race. Quick reminder for those of you at home, Nixon Ellsworth was one of the drivers who we saw not able to finish the first qualifying heat of the day. The same could be said about Troy Ferguson, the rookie in the 329 for Kartnik. 2 drivers to keep an eye on here in qualifying heat 2. Nate, both these drivers need a great points finish here to end off the Saturday before heading into Sunday. They want to be anywhere near the front when we get down to main event racing action.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are crucial moments for those drivers to get some points before they hit that mental reset tonight and go into the qualifying heat 3 superheat and main event later on tomorrow.
Well, here we go. The field is at a crawl. And Sebastian Hauser very, very slow before we hit the tram lines here. Finally, gonna get us going. And something to note, again, the pole sitter does have control of the start, but you can't manipulate it either. We saw that happen to Travis Pettit out at Speed Sports Racing Park not long ago, so that could be something to keep an eye on here. Sebastian Hauser, though, on the gas. We wait for the green, and we're not going to get it. A couple of drivers out of the tram lines, a little excited to get going. I'll send us around one more time.
Caleb, I think we see a lot on the national scenes there. You can pick for your favorite driver, again, our starting lineup. But back to my point, I think we see a lot at the national scene. Drivers punching off too early or going too fast into the start box or into the start zone. Not often, of course, speculation here. We don't know this is for sure. The starts get waved off because they're too slow. Rolling in, purely speculation, don't have that confirmed yet. But really, it didn't look like too bad of a start. Yeah, there was a couple drivers outside their lines further back, but we've seen them start with that discrepancy in other races. So you have to think that Champions of the Future officials just not liking the speed that Sebastian Hauser is putting down.
Yeah, maybe just, a little bit too slow, right? You kind of talk about, how slow can, you take it. And that was one of the biggest things that we came out of Houston with after, one of the drivers in the junior division was kind of caught with that quote unquote, start manipulation. That being said, something different for these drivers to keep an eye on. But I mean, I've seen it all. As far as starts have gone, I've seen way too fast, way too slow, where we've lost half of the field with flooded carburetors before we even get going. That was back in Road America in Wisconsin with one of our colleagues who's going to be joining us later on in the year, Kyle Cuthbertson. We called that race, and it was just surprising to see how many drivers were just falling left and right. But yeah, I mean, I guess they're safer, if you will, but a little slow. I guess I couldn't tell you. We're here to call races, Nate, and as far as we know, these boys and girls are about to deliver some great racing action. So, for Sebastian Hauser, going to get another try at it. This one looks a little bit quicker, and this one looks that little bit better before we get started. Into the tram lines, rightfully so. We're underway in qualifying Heat 2 in K8 Junior.
And already there, Caleb, big wreck at the back of the pack. Multiple drivers caught up in that. Barriers going to the wayside there. A couple collected at the apex, but it seems like everyone's gotten out of that with only maybe a couple tire marks on their side pods or front bumpers. But 8 laps of chaos has started early here in KA Junior. Through the S's they go for the very first time. And unsurprisingly, Sebastian Hauser, the HRT driver, out in front. And like we were saying, when they were getting into the tram lines for the first time in the build-up to this race. Troy Ferguson needs some points, not only for this qualifying heat race, but really for the rest of the season after a disappointing main event in race 1. Disappointing qualifying one here, and you can already see him now starting to fall back a little bit after what was seemingly a good start.
Yeah, as they're now working their way through, like you said, right, Sebastian Hauser, the way that he was able to control that first qualifying heat race and as well the qualifying session whenever drivers were kind of passing each other left and right was just the way to do it, right? Now you have to replicate it in qualifying heat too. Now drivers have seen that, all right, you already got one win to your name. How do we stop that, right? How do we rattle you, in a sense? How do we get in front of you, make you uncomfortable, if you will? And that's a job of everybody else who's right behind, right? When you look at Troy Ferguson now, who's thought it down, and another spot he's going to lose there to Cameron Johnson, who's going by for 4th. Now Ferguson's under fire here, going to lose 2 more. Way wide there. Just you see how busy his hands were there on the exit of turn number 12, Nate? Just kind of lacking that grip early on, and to me, it seems like he just got pushed out wide. And now that's kind of continue to go on as more and more drivers have worked their way through. Is Johnson looking for 3rd here, side by side, as they work their way into Rocky Moran, turn number 4. They run out of room, but this race up front starting to get close, as now Johnson's going to be able to get through for 3rd. He's clear. Forrest Blair for 2nd. He attempted to pass on Hauser at the start of this lap. That didn't come into fruition, but for Sebastian Hauser, it's not going to be as easy as what we saw in qualifying heat race number 1, Nate.
Yeah, not at all. And now Wagner on the rear end of Sebastian Hauser. Bring your mind back to the first race weekend. It was these two battling all weekend long, trading qualifying heat race wins, and really those two who went at it for the win in the main event. And of course, wouldn't be surprised to see that again, but potentially with a couple new faces and a couple faces that have found pace since round 1. Bronson Kutes down in 5th there, Caleb, going fastest. And again, you know, at these early stages of the race, you can see that fast time go to someone way further back, depending on how far that battle goes on during the first lap. We saw fastest lap be around the 20th mark in Heat 1 with how hard they were battling. Putting a pause on that point, Cameron Johnson to the lead now. The Nash Motorsports driver crossed the line to start this lap in 3rd, and we'll have fresh air coming across the timing and scoring beacon to lead lap 4.
There you go, 2 spots gained in the matter of 1 lap for Johnson to get himself to the point. Now Forrest Blair's right behind him. Hauser's been shuffled down to 3rd. Wes Witt, Bronson Kutes, your top 5. Kutes leads that 2nd group there. Justin 5th, teammate right behind him, and Brandon Eng, who sits 6th. Now a couple of movers. Hauser looking it back to the point here. He's going to go through in turn number 5 for 2nd. Forrest Blair's going to lose another one there to Wes Witt, who was able to go by for 3rd. With Forrest Blair now down in 4th, that's going to leave Cameron Johnson a sitting duck here once we get to the front stretch. In that 2nd group of Eng, Kustas, Moses, Bazanski, Ferguson, and Keegan Ellsworth. 10 drivers deep, 10 cars deep in this front pack, and we might be even down in Nixon Ellsworth, who's down there as well in 11th. We talked about him needing a good result. He's just right behind brother, and Tyron Scott's going to split him up now, but this field's going to run deep as we come to a close here, Nate.
Yeah, for sure. Sebastian Hauser resetting fast time, getting into the bumper of Cameron Johnson. Johnson having to slow that Nash Motorsports cart down as much as he can. Somehow stays into the lead, even with a little bit of persuasion on the back bumper from Sebastian Hauser. Of course, most likely nothing malicious there. These guys are so close together and battling side by side from the word go. Because again, it's just so hard to keep that challenging pack behind there, Caleb. And now there they all are with the laps winding down. Cameron Johnson has his work cut out for him to try and keep this angry pack of KA Junior drivers with Wes Witt, Wagner, Hauser, the first ones behind him. And again, just a couple more laps to go here, Caleb. Anything can happen so far, and these drivers desperately want some qualifying points.
Yeah, 2 laps to go here, and you talk about qualifying points, putting yourself in the mix, putting yourself inside of the top 5, top 10 even, to be in the conversation for a main event victory at the end of the weekend. Boys and girls, got to remember, the payout, the trophy doesn't come on Saturday. It's tomorrow. Just got to close out the day on a high. Johnson looking to do just that. Going to put himself to the bottom of the racetrack. Along with him, Wes Witt going to follow. There goes Hauser looking on the inside, side by side for second. Hauser's clear. Here comes Forrest Blair as well, side by side with a fellow GFC. And they're all going to work their way to the low side, further back, behind Hauser, behind Johnson. Blair takes him out of the bottom.
Yeah, and this could help Johnson and Hauser be able to run away from becoming a swarm of these KA junior drivers behind. Wagner and Witt seem to have gotten away from it themselves. And now it's going to be up to Cameron Johnson, Sebastian Hauser, but Cameron Johnson going defensive early, putting the bumper to him at the apex. Hauser's going to lose a handful of positions, now down to 5th for the HRT driver there, Caleb. So going from battling for the win down to 5th, and now Braden Wagner on the tail end of the Nash Motorsports Cameron Johnson machine.
Well, here we go. We're getting close to the end. Only a couple corners to go. One more hairpin is all that separates Cameron Johnson from victory in qualifying heat race number 2. Forrest Blair's there. Bazanski looking around the outside. We're going to drag race to the finish. Cameron Johnson comes away with the win in KA 100 junior qualifying heat race number 2. How about the rookie? Puts himself at the front. Braden Wagner across the line second. And Diesel Bazanski around the outside in the final corner picks up who knows how many spots to put himself up to third there, Nate.
12 positions from the start of this race. Bazanski wasn't even a driver that was on my radar, calling that one out of nowhere to get himself third.
Yeah, we talked about younger brother Asher, right, making some noise in the mini division. And now Diesel around the outside. What a move to get himself into the top 3. Wes Witt across the line forward to Sebastian Hauser, the pole sitter, down in 5th. Mason Moses, Bronson Kustas, Nixon Ellsworth. Talk about recovery. That's it right there, up to 8th. Down to 9th with Keegan, Tyron Scott. Your top 10. Troy Ferguson, only 12th there. 9 spots lost. Young Troy having a day to forget here on Saturday. But they worked their way into the pits. And Cameron Johnson, how about the rookie? With a win to his name to close off Saturday in KA Junior.
One thing that is really nice about the Micron 6 is with this new IMU platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. This channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
If you like what you see and you want to join the grid, get ready as Champions of the Future America Series is heading towards round 3 on March 21st through the 22nd at K1 Circuit for the first ever reverse race. You're going to climb uphill through the S's, plunge downhill on the Bank Rocky Moran corner, and you'll challenge yourself to a racing experience that none of these drivers will have ever done before. Visit championskartingamerica.com to learn more and get ready to join the grid.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside parts specialist. Proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back here to K1 Circuit Winchester as we're getting ready to go racing once again with our KA100 seniors for their qualifying heat race number 2. And coming up, it's going to be A versus C. Jackson Menchu gets ready to lead the field to green with Gerardo Peralta starting alongside him on row number 1. Johnny Stamps, round 1 winner, starts alongside Matthew Cagle, one of the rookies who we've talked about a whole lot to start off this year here at Champions of the Future with Kalani Anaya, Rocky Moran, and further back, Jacob Keppel, Luis Perez. Again, these groups and these drivers as well now going to race against some new faces, if you will, in comparison to what they saw for their first qualifying heat race. It was Jackson Menchu in his respective one. Frankie Mossman was the winner in the other. So A versus B went the way of Menchu. And now his group, Group A, is going against Group number C. And we'll see Frankie Mossman just a little bit later on at the conclusion of this race. So A versus C getting ready to go underway. And the run of turn number 1. It's been exciting, Nate. And I'm sure these seniors are going to keep it that way as well. 20 plus. Get ready to take the green flag and into the tram lines we go. It's Menchu on the inside, Peralta on the outside. Green flag flies. We're underway. NKA senior in contact already off the line. Couple of drivers popping up in the air. Couple going wide. And a much more hectic start than what we saw to kick off Menchu's group earlier on today, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. Of the two KA senior groups, this was the tame one compared to the one we'll see next up. But a little bit of hip checking there, a little bit of argy-bargy. With Jackson Menchu, Johnny Stamps getting away clean, along with other drivers inside that top 10 as they head their way out of turns 9, 10 into the chicane of 11 and 12. Of course, this new chicane for this weekend, different layout than when we saw the full national configuration for the opening round, but Jackson Menchu doing exactly what he needs to do, holding that lead off the start. And of course, Caleb, like we've seen all day long, it's not that easy, and we might see some more battling from these two.
Yeah, this class, again, we've talked about it, right? One of the most competitive, and it's been that way, and it's most likely going to stay that way for the entirety of the year here, the Champions of the Future America Series. But we look in, first couple laps already getting completed. And Jackson Menchu holds on. Johnny Stamps gets himself up to second. And Johnny's been, again, whenever we talk back to round number 1 and you talk about the qualifying heat races with the amount of drivers that were in there, Johnny wasn't the driver who was making the noise, right? He wasn't up at the front. He was, quote unquote, the underdog. And now this weekend, it's got to be a different feeling if you're, the pilot of the 412 coming in as arguably the driver to beat, already having a win under your belt at round number 1 and now coming back and, being a proven race winner against a field with some of the best drivers in the West Coast.
For sure. I mean, he's going to have that target on his back from winning the opening round. Of course, more drivers having targets on each other's back further back in the midfield. Again, just throwing haymakers left and right at the apex of turn 6 there. Again, all of this, Caleb, just allowing these front 3 to get away and settle it amongst themselves, the top 3 positions. I mean, these are 3 incredibly fast drivers out in front, and even if the drivers behind try to put their heads down and work together, it's going to take a lot for them to catch up.
That's a big ask there as we're side by side just in the middle of this field. Looks like Cagle there down in 10th here, Nate, with Kalani Anaya now fastest lap of the race, 52.399 for Anaya. But Cagle, could say disastrous, but definitely not what we're used to seeing the rookie Cagle down in 10th here. He's now falling into Chris Tokunaga, as well as a couple of others. A couple of movers, though. Joseph Hewitt up 8 spots to start this one off. He's up to 12th. Caden O'Connor, currently the biggest loser of you. He's down to 22nd, lost 13 spots at the start. So incident for O'Connor to start this one off. The rest of the field able to hold on as Luis Perez now starting to turn it up. Mike Manning karting machine starting to close into the top 3 here. Fastest lap of the race here, 52.336. That's going to be a 10th better than our leaders.
Yeah, interesting to see that Luis Perez able to start reeling in those front 3 all by his lonesome. Doesn't need any help from other drivers. Doesn't need a draft or a partner. Just able to single-handedly start to close in to that leading trio, if you will. Again, heading into 11 and 12. The chicane, a lot of drivers taking a ton of curb through the entry of turn 11 there. Back onto the front straight. Jackson Menchu techs a little bit behind him. See if Johnny Stamps is working any moves. Again, all of those 3 still just working together, head down, moving forward, and know just how much time they lose when they start to battle amongst themselves. And I mean, we saw in the last KA Junior race how many more drivers can get brought in to the battle for the lead.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it there, right, just a couple of moments ago. And now with, again, just talking a lap ago about Matthew Cagle, he's now made a little bit of headway. We saw him fast lap of the race, 2/10 better than anybody else out there on the racetrack. And he's now able to recover a little bit to get himself back up to 8th. But they're going to need a whole lot, right? And like you said, you know, 1 pass, 2 passes is really all that it can do to kind of, you know, explode this thing and get the rest of the field right back into play. As now Cagle looks like he finds himself behind Peralta as they're crossing the line now. And indeed, Rocky Moran is just ahead of him up to 6th. That group's starting to close into each other as they follow along with the rest of the pack. But here we go. For the top 3, Joseph Hewitt to Stamps. To Anaya, who's right there in 3rd. What a drive must be said for Anaya. That driver to get up to 3rd and in the conversation, very much so.
For sure. And obviously some good points coming that way. They can continue to stay there and have a good run and qualifying Heat 3 in the Super Heat tomorrow. See a new name up front battling for Champions of the Future America Series race victory here in KA Senior. The charge, though, Caleb, from Luis Perez that seemed to have been steamrolling at the midpoint of this race has seemingly fallen off a little bit for that Mike Manning karting driver. Just still at that 1.2 second gap between himself and first place. As battling starting to happen here. Johnny Stamps deciding now's the time, and that's going to help Perez, like I was talking about a few moments ago. But we'll have to see if Menchu fights back or if he's willing to take second place points. He's wanting to fight back, Caleb. Up the inside into turn 11, goes way wide on the brakes, holds the apex at turn 12, defends beautifully there into 13, still as leader. And we'll see 2 sticks in the air. 2 laps to go this time by.
2 laps to go. Jackson Menchu, our leader. Let's go down to Jackson Lambros, who caught up with him just moments ago.
And after speaking with him, the original game plan was actually to have him run with Oliver Calvo's development team. However, that was canceled because of him feeling very sick earlier on this week. However, felt better Friday and ultimately elected to kind of have his Jordan flu game. And he's definitely rocking like Jordan behind the wheel right now, still very much in contention, guys.
Thank you there, Jackson. And again, interesting to hear for Jackson Menchu, right? Driver who's not feeling all that best, not feeling at his best, if you will, and putting on, I think, one of the best performances that I've seen him have in my time of calling races here at K1 Circuit. Nonetheless, though, got a lot of work to do. Johnny Stamps is right there looking to the bottom. Perez looking around the high side. No, Anaya is right there in 4th with Peralta, and we're side by side working our way into Rocky Moran. Johnny Stamps clear on the inside. Perez going to follow through for 2nd. And Menchu now looking to recover as we work our way to turn number 6.
Johnny Stamps going very defensive into 6. I was thinking if Stamps let that door open, I wouldn't be surprised to see Perez dive it up the inside. Unable to, Caleb. This is a hard section of the track to make the pass done, but we might see a late lunge into 11 and 12.
Well, here we go. Just a couple corners to go as now Menchu opens up high. Now looking low as Stamps. Just one more corner to go. A driver, different feeling. Round 1 winner. Won the first of the heat races. Could he do it again? And he can. He's going to win qualifying heat race number 2. What a drive for Johnny Stamps. Again, round one fell short to Jackson Menchu and Frankie Mossman. My apologies there at the first of the 2 heat races. But Stamps looking like a new driver here this weekend, it must be said, after taking victory a month and a half ago. He's going to lead that Formula Works team tomorrow for the 3rd of their qualifying heat races. Luis Perez, what a drive for the Mike Manning karting machine, up to 2nd. Then a Menchu, who you heard from our very own Jackson Lambros there, under the weather this weekend and putting on a good string of performances, good string of results as well to close off the day in 3rd. With that being said, still got another half to go. And the qualifying Heat 1 winner in C versus D, Frankie Mossman, is coming your way next.
And we are joined trackside here by your heat number 2 winner, Johnny Stamps. We were talking after round number 1. It was a dramatic battle for you to get to the front, but a little bit less dramatic this time. Talk to me about your weekend so far behind the wheel of this GFC.
This weekend's been going really well so far. I mean, coming in second by 3 thousandths and then winning this next one, it puts me in a real good spot for the third heat and the super heat. So maybe I can start pole for the main. And yeah.
0 tire issues for you this weekend, no mechanical gremlins so far to this point. Is it going to be an easier sleep for you tonight, knowing that's not something you're going to have to deal with at the tent?
I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but I've already had 1 flat tire yesterday. I think I'm going to sleep well. I haven't had a flat tire so far today.
Well, there you go, guys. Johnny Stamps doing everything he can to try and work his way out to the front and stay there. Guys?
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Sir Jackson, and as well, Nate. Interesting to hear from Johnny. Right, last time we heard from him was just at the end of round number 1, and at the conclusion of the main event. And speechless, loss of words after winning. Didn't expect it, and didn't expect as well to be talking to Jackson post race. But good to see both of them catching up. And again, when you look back to that weekend for Johnny Stamps, he was more than anything plagued with mechanical issues. I believe had a flat tire throughout the qualifying heats. And then when you get down to the main event, finally able to pull something out of the bag. So, yeah, good to hear there from our very Jackson Lambros as well as Johnny Stamps more so. Nonetheless, so it's 3.5 minutes to go before we get ready to go racing once again. Qualifying heat race number 2, B versus D, is coming your way next.
Macro Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
Qualifying heat race B versus D. It's the racetrack now, and Spencer Smith leads this field to green. Qualifying heat race number 1 winner in his respective group, Frankie Mossman, is getting ready to start alongside him on row number 1 with Archer Eversman, winner here at K1 Circuit Wineland not too long ago. Just alongside John Michael Dunnigan, Aiden Aquino, and Steven Eisert on row number 3 with Theo Kakati and Henry Falls Hand there as well. Cash Lethierry, Spencer Kempton, Rylan Cordon, Maximilian Bowie, Josh Leslie, Brandon Chu, Connor Carpenter, and more getting ready to take this green flag. There's a quick little look throughout those first 3 rows. It's all the way down to Nolan Bishop, who's getting ready to start at the back of this field. A field full of American drivers, all but one. Theo Kakati out of the UAE starts just on row number 4. We'll keep an eye on him. Excited to have him here with us for the second round of the Champions of the Future America Series. And excited to go racing once again. We're green in KA Senior.
This time, Spencer Smith on the Pantano leads the way out of turn 1 and up the hill through Rocky Moran and into the turn 5 chicane here on lap 1. Of course, Frankie Mossman on the Team Kartnik behind, getting the win last time. Archer Eversman had pace as well. Those 3 will probably, Caleb, be hoping for a much calmer qualifying heat race than what we saw earlier on in the day, as Frankie Mossman already showing a nose to Spencer Smith, as Smith going a little defensive into 13, just to send a message to Mossman, who now goes to the inside, and the defending has already started early. Smith in the middle of the track defending his position from Mossman isn't going to work, and Archer Eversman's going to go through. So a new lead duo with Frankie Mossman at the helm.
Yeah, Smith's just not low enough. They're on the front stretch as they were working their way into turn number 1, and Frankie Mossman just able to put his Kartnik machine down on the bottom of the racetrack and clear. And again, you got to think, right, that help from Archer Eversman definitely helped him get by the Pantano machine. Now down in 4th, you got to go back to look for the likes of John Michael Dunnigan as well as Steven Eisert, who's made up a couple of moves. Looks like that still might be Eisert there. Yeah, indeed it is. For Speed Sense in 4. So Eiser's up a spot. John Michael Dunnigan's fallen down a little bit. And we'll see how they stack up after lap number 2. They cross the line this time by. So there's a little bit of shuffling. Theo Kakati, John Michael Dunnigan's down in 8th. Henry Falls Hand was up to 7th. Aquino to 6th. So a couple of movers to start this one off early, but it's all a matter of who's at the point, right? Who's going to have control? And, what type of tone do you want to set for this race? So far for Frankie, if you look back to his first qualifying heat race, he was just calm, patient, methodical in the way that he was leading. Didn't really kind of rub people the wrong way. Was, defended when he had to. Didn't defend when he, halfway through the race or opening couple of laps. And I think, doing just that is going to gain the respect of your competitors here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming across the line to complete another lap. Steven Eisert, one of the drivers who showed a lot of pace last weekend, getting a superheat victory in a couple of the qualifying heat races. Of course, racing for Speed Sense, that team, and a lot of other members in the paddock, obviously racing with the cause this weekend. Jackson Lambros has a story.
Smooth running so far for Spencer Smith, and obviously a debut weekend for Pantano, being ran by Forward Direction Motorsports, the crew that we're all too familiar with out of Colorado. Talking to Greg Welsh a little bit yesterday, but is looking very, very strong so far. Not just last weekend at Champions of the Challenge of the Americas, but here at Champions of the Future. But talking with the discussion so far with Greg, has loved the championship so far. Certainly wants to run in the next couple of weeks. And who knows, guys, maybe we see Moya come give X30 a shot out here.
Yeah, thank you there, Jackson. Again, that would be something. Native we get Ruben Moya out here in the state of California. But yeah, great to see the entire Forward Direction Motorsports team making the the trip out here to California and having them with us. Good to see more and more drivers and teams from the West Coast coming out here. I know it's still probably very cold, and I'm not sure if it's still snowing down there or icy, whatever you want to call it, down in Colorado. But good to have them out here with us, and beautiful and sunny Winchester, California here with great temperature, great weather. A little hotter maybe than usual out here, but nonetheless, great to have that and new faces, right? And people having trust here in the series and something different, something new, something fresh, if you will. Something that's going to be 10 races long, so a lot of room there for these drivers to come out here and race. So that being said, Spencer Smith taking advantage of the opportunity, putting himself up to second, and starting to close in here on Frankie Mossman. So a new face, not just Archer Eversman, who's right behind Mossman. Now it's Smith, who third on the pole here. See what he can do as yellow flags wave as we work our way into turn number 6.
Yeah, yellow flags there, Caleb. Not sure what that's for or how long this yellow zone goes down. So it goes through the midsection of the track, at least 8, 9, and 10, the S's. It's unsure what this yellow is for. I don't think it's full course. The action continues. We passed another marshalling stand with no yellow flag, so unsure what that was, but back to the action. It's still Frankie Mossman out in front there. You can see Spencer Smith and Archer Eversman still in line. No other driver is able to bring it to him.
And taking a look down now, we look down at Peyton Anderson. Drivers up 7 spots, up to 9th. The fastest lap of the race here as well. First Peyton Anderson, who I believe was racing in junior last weekend, making the move up to the senior ranks here for the first time this weekend. So, going to move up for Peyton Anderson, young lady here, racing for Nash Motorsports.
Yeah, absolutely. Good run so far. So again, looking at that front three, Theo Kakati, excuse me, Caleb, bringing himself into that battle for the win. 7 tenths back from the leader right now, only 3.5 tenths back from Archer Eversman. Could see the Mike Manning machine bring himself into race-winning contention as Archer Eversman up the inside of Spencer Smith.
As we look now up front, this race for Frankie Mossman now starting to open up here, really able to stretch his legs as they continue to fight for second on back, allowing more drivers to continue to make moves. Kakati's down in fourth, down there in third, like you mentioned, Nate, and more. So look back at Dash Patiri, he's down in 7th, and the rest of the group starting to close in, but I tell you what, it's a big ask to try and close in here to Frankie Mossman. 52.4, he's just a step ahead of the rest of the field right now and able to put himself right place, right time. And you see the desperation starts to kind of come across from second on back. Kakati's going to go there for second, just looking to pick up points wherever he can because Frankie Mossman absolutely gone from the rest of the field. Eversman going to make a move there for third. He's clear. So Archer now up another spot. Spencer Smith and the rest of the pack very well on its way. Henry Falls Hand is not far back. Steven Eisert and more could very well join this party here. There's Peyton Anderson as well.
And white flag in the air as Steven Eisert going defensive there. Further back on Peyton Anderson. Smith and Eversman going way wide in turn 1 there, Caleb. More action happening further back.
Steven Eisert all out of shape on the run of turn number 2. And he was just over the rumble strips. Contact there will look to be Falls Hand, maybe. And yeah, the two of them just going back and forth. Eisert just had to collect it there as Henderson continued to make up spots. 9 spots gained now. When you look down, this, again, going to be nowhere close to where Frankie Mossman's been able to put himself in this race. and he's still yet to go head-to-head with Jackson Menchu. That might be tomorrow, but checkered flag is going to fly, and Frankie Mossman, 2 heats on the day, 2 victories on the day for Frankie as well. Theo Kakati in second, Spencer Smith, Archer Eversman, Henry Falls hand to Peyton Anderson. 10 spots gained for Peyton, rookie in the senior ranks. A win last weekend here in California, making the move up and making the move well into the top 10, up to 6th. How about Peyton Anderson for Nash Motorsports? You go down to Cash Lettieri there as well in 7th. Maximilian Bowie, John Michael Dunnigan, and Steven Eisert, your top 10. Eisert talked about his incident on the run-up to turn number 2, and that just sent him down the order. The rest of the top 10 with Spencer Kempton, Rylan Cordon, Brandon Chu, Connor Carpenter, and Kurt Harnish, your top 15. A couple of drivers on day would have finished. Aiden Aquino, one of the drivers who we saw run up at the front, inside of the top 5, out of this race early. Josh Leslie out as well. But that's it for the seniors. Coming up next, A Heritage.
Well, it's been a rotating door in round number 1 for KA Senior, but for round number 2, there's been one man out in front all day long. Frankie Mossman from our data, not a weekend you had originally planned, but you've come swinging out the gate. Has this pace at all surprised you so far this weekend?
I mean, not really. I've been really confident around this track for a long time, and I'm really proud and super lucky that I'm able to support the guys and work with them. And, you know, we really came to be a data point and help the guys learn, you know, but it's also a testament to the equipment that we have at Kart Nick and the motors from JO. They've been putting in work nonstop, and, you know, the guys have been really going and showing it, and you've seen a lot of our drivers developing a lot, and, you know, when also somebody who's been here for a long time that's very capable is going out there, you kind of see what happens, you know?
Obviously running out of time here before you start packing things up for Arlington. Mixed schedule here for you. Where can we expect to maybe see on our platform still this year? Is there any plans potentially for you to get back in a go-kart in 2026?
Not necessarily. I mean, I was a little interested in Tucson coming up, but so far it's not looking like it's going to be something that I'm going to really take a chance at. But who knows? I said this last year too, and I did like my busiest schedule that I had in like 4 years. But you know, I'm really happy working with all these guys and coaching and seeing them develop, and I'm kind of enjoying that more than kind of my own racing and karting currently. You know, so I'm just going to keep building up my program, keep working with Mason Brody and seeing him develop, and then just keep pushing forward.
So potentially the last time here we see our friend in a kart for a long time, but Caleb Vieska, I think a senior win is going to sound like a very good way to have that send-off.
Yeah, very well said there, Jackson. And again, Frankie Mossman, one of those drivers who, you know, we've seen grow. We've seen him win lose even if you will. We've seen all the emotions of karting. Again, his goal is ultimately one day to get himself to IndyCar, the IndyCar ranks, and he kicks off a season in Arlington in a couple of weeks' time down in my home state of Texas. So we'll keep an eye on what Frankie does to kick off his campaign this year in USF Pro 2000. Nonetheless, though, one race from what he can tell, from what he has scheduled. Talked about Tucson a little bit, maybe. We'll see, though. But Frankie, it's going to be exciting to see him go racing tomorrow in qualifying heat race number 3, looking to get another main event victory to his name in the KA Senior ranks. Talk about how good he was as well in KA Senior last year. Whenever we were, out in Orlando to kick off the preseason, Winter Series champion for Frankie Mossman, and now we'll see what he can do here this weekend. Talk about KA Senior. Talk about Frankie Mossman. Going to be one to look out for as well. Nonetheless, we'll step aside here for a quick moment. When we return, the KA Heritage drivers will hit the racetrack. KA Heritage hits the racetrack now, and Paul Bonilla, the lead car, leading this field to green with Joshua Daly starting alongside him on row number 1. Tony Gomez and Shane Hawkins on that second row. Ryan Kasner, Greg Vasquez on row number 3. Go down as well, next couple of rows here, you'll find Kyle Armstrong, as well as Long Lin and Johnny Wang. 9 drivers total, 5 rows. What we got on the docket here to kick off their second qualifying heat race. The second and last one on the day. A little bit different than round number 1, moving that one heat race to tomorrow. But tomorrow we have scheduled, it should be qualifying heat race number 3, the super heat, and the main events. Paul Bonilla, flawless up to this point, undenied up to this point. Is this the race that all that changes? Joshua Daly now looking for the lead into turn number 1. Daly's got it. And around the outside, Hawkins goes by as well.
And through Rocky Moran corner for the first time, Daly gained the jump that he needed. Paul Bonilla, not so much. From pole to third, and now in a GFC sandwich in P3 right now. He's going to have his work cut out for him, but this is where it gets interesting, Caleb, because we saw that Daly had at least a 1-lap pace to best Paul Bonilla. Can he have the long-run pace now to build that gap away from second on back?
And we'll see. We've seen the pace out of Paul Bonilla, right? It's just been there from start to finish, but we really haven't seen much of him working his way through this field, and now that's going to be something to keep an eye on here on what that's going to look like this time around. As Hawkins sits there in second, with Joshua Daly now your leader, the fastest lap of the race, rightfully so, right? Leading this race, 54.890, and battle for second, that's going to heat up as Bonilla looked on the inside. Hawkins just responded before Bonilla had an answer there. And again, Hawkins back to second. Crossover move, nice and slick, gets it done, gets himself clear for the second spot. And that's going to give Tony Gomez just a little help there to close on his gap. Ryan Kasner is right behind him. Those two drivers working very nicely together as we work our way to complete lap number 2 here, Nate.
Yeah, now only 2/10 is the gap between P1 and P2. Shane Hawkins, Lakeside Karting GFC, now within reaching distance of the lead of this second heat for KA 100 Heritage. No move being made into turn 6 that time by Caleb, but you gotta think, hasn't raced a ton with Daly this weekend so far, so maybe just eyeing up what spots he's faster than a National Motorsports driver, but can't wait too long, of course, because Paul Bonilla right there in third. You can see that trio on screen. They'll come across the line yet again. Daly a little wide out of 13. That's going to scrub speed down this long straightaway into turn 1. Loses him about half a tenth or so that time by, and now it's pretty much 2/10 on the dot between Daly and Hawkins.
Yeah, very well said there, Nate. Just a gap very close together. And again, to my surprise, Paul Bonilla's, the pace really hasn't been there in this race as we're battling for the lead. Contact up front. Hawkins up and over the side of Joshua Daly. And as soon as they disconnect, Hawkins launches himself to the lead of this race. That's got to be some of the craziest stuff that I think I've ever seen as far as the pass for the lead goes. Up and over the side of Daly to the front. And Bonilla has issues. Bonilla's slowing here. He was in third. Paul Bonilla's out of contention. He's slowing very much so on that front stretch. And again, there was issues for him getting started on the grid. Had to use an external starter. Like they were almost late to grid, and whatever it is, a mechanical failure for a driver who had been undenied, flawless up to this point. The win's going to go to somebody else, and for Joshua Daly, who was at the lead of it all. Now has to fight back on Shane Hawkins on a corner right here. That turn right there. Turn number 7 for those two drivers. Wow.
Crazy. In KA100 Heritage, these guys are going at it. Even in qualifying heat, too. Maybe we'll see that same level of energy throughout the weekend. Because again, looking at Daly trying to get to Hawkins, just seems like Daly goes in way hotter in turn 13 there. Trying to go around the outside, way wide there. Puts his hand up in the air. Maybe there's a little bit of contact there, Caleb, but ultimately, Daly putting himself on the dirty side of the racetrack, trying to go around the outside there at speed, not at start speed, mind you, at full tilt, was always a risky move. Lucky to even be on track right now. We'll have to hit the reset button and go again.
Yeah, and again, we saw Paul Bonilla there just dive into the pits early. We'll hear what Jackson Lambers has to say and what caused that DNF for our Heat 1 race winner. Jackson?
Paul Bonilla coming into the pits very quickly, almost immediately after, and that is a cut tire on the front left corner for the LN Kart. And what you guys missed a little bit further back in our battle for the win, there was almost a huge pileup further back between Kasner, one of the GFCs, not entirely sure who, and Bonilla, but all of them dominoing into one another was kind of the result of that. Paul definitely not seeming upset, just give me a smile and saying, it's always something, guys.
I mean, that's racing, right, Nate? Just the finest of margins. And again, as we were following the leaders, look, there was an incident as well further back, like Jackson mentioned, just out of frame. And that ultimately is what did it there for Paul Bonilla. But again, that's, I mean, what a quote there, Nate. It's just, that's always something. Is look at the front here. Wow.
What on earth happened to those leaders, Caleb? They both went in way wide again. Daly put his hand up from what we saw from that. Daly way wide into turn 11, hard on the brakes, and this race has exploded from what we just saw. It looked like it was going to be a two-car battle to the lead, and now Gomez and Kasner are leading this thing.
And I just had to sit there and replay it in my head, Nate, but it looked like Daly just went a little too deep into turn number 11, and again, that sends him up and over the curb. The same for Shane Hawkins, who just had to get out of the way. And out of nowhere, the rest of the pack was right there. Gomez now at the lead of it all. Ryan Kasner's up to second on the best kart. This race absolutely exploded right here. Turn number 11, you talk about Bonilla, right? Saying it's always something. Delivering. These drivers absolutely delivering his contact further back again. Hawkins and Daly. Contact. And up front, Kasner looking at the bottom of the racetrack with 2 laps to go, looking to get himself to the point. He's got it. He's got the lead with Gomez tucked back in his second.
Yeah, now Gomez up front, the best kart, leading the way. Quick note on that turn 11 and 12 incident going into turn 11. Daly was squeezed just a little bit. It was fair racing from Hawkins. He dropped his left rear tire into the dirt, and in the braking zone on the dirty side of the track, could not get that EOS kart stopped. And Hawkins saw it as well. He went wide, and that caused that entire chain reaction.
Yeah, just, again, photographic memory there, Nate, to kind of replay exactly what we saw. I was just surprised, I think, as you were seeing that kind of unfold in turn number 11. But that just shows you, right, with that dirt on the inside and the runoffs, you know, how that could happen. It kind of bit Daly as well in turn number 1, where he just put 2 tires off the racetrack and just no traction whatsoever. You see that kind of happen again, just couldn't even get the thing stopped. As now half a lap to go, Ryan Kasner, for the first time this weekend, going to lead a session. He's going to lead a heat race here, looking to win the second qualifying heat race on the weekend. Looking to hold off Tony Gomez. And these two drivers work their way now up into turn number 12. And Gomez not going to have a good enough run in 11. out of the chicane, out of the S's. We work our way to turn number 13. And it was a steal, if you will. Ryan Kasner is going to run away with it. Qualifying heat race number 2 goes to the best kart. It goes to the 516 of Ryan Kasner.
I'd say it's a little unexpected. If you would have told me that at the start of this race. Kasner, what a run that was. Picking up the scraps, being exactly where he needed to be at the right time to get himself some crucial points here in qualifying heat 2 for the KA100 Heritage drivers. There you can see your unofficial classification for the final race of the Heritage pilots for today. Of course, you'll see them and the rest of the classes tomorrow for qualifying heat 3, super heat, and the final. Of course, Caleb, we still got one more to go. Qualifying heat 2 for Pro X30 up next.
Nate, you know, gotta say that had to have been one of the best races I think we've seen today. May have even been the race of the day. Action-packed, start to finish for our KA100 Heritage drivers, and I'm sure Jackson Lambert is going to be standing by. We're going to catch up with all of them. But into the pits, like you said, Ryan Kasner victorious to close off the Saturday. We'll listen in.
You can be mad all you want, but that was super dirty, bro. That was dirty driving. It was. It was super. Watch. I'll bet you get penalties. I'll bet you get a penalty.
You got one too.
Why? I didn't do anything.
What did you do to me in 11?
Dude, you turned down on me, bro. I went to the inside and you purposely turned down on me. Okay. Watch my back?
No, I said we'll just watch it back, the video.
Okay, that's fine, but I guarantee, bro, you're going to get penalized. I won't. That was super dirty. Dude, you can't drive me down to the dirt and the apex. It doesn't matter, man. You got to race clean on that. Why are you driving me all the way down to the dirt in the apex, dude?
Are you talking about right here?
Yeah. You fucking drove me all the way into the dirt, dude.
I was right next to you. Me and Tony did the same thing the race before, and it was just...
You're tripping, bro. You literally took me all the way down to the rubber stick. We'll watch the video, and I guarantee I go to the inside, and you push me all the way to the dirt.
Let's just weigh in and watch the video. We don't need to talk anymore.
Come on, man. Just race clean, Shane. That's all I'm asking. Race clean. I race you clean. Yes, I do. Okay.
Well, how about this? A winner here in Heat 2 that we weren't necessarily expecting, but always happy to talk with Ryan Kasner. You come up from San Diego to flex for best kart. Was this a conversation you and I were expecting to be having by the end of the day today?
Eventually. I figured we'd get here this weekend. We got a lot of work to do, just trying to get the kart to come out a little bit quicker. I think we have the pace. We just, again, a lot of luck. Get you where you need to go, and just be in the right time, right place, and that's kind of what we got on that heat race. But yeah, was looking forward to talking to you this weekend at some point.
We still think we have something tomorrow, so we can keep this conversation going into Sunday.
Oh, absolutely. I'm fortunate enough we don't have a ton of guys in the class, but we have a lot of talented guys in the class, and they all have speed. So it's always a good time getting on the track with these guys and just seeing what we got. The Kart has been great. Just trying to find and figure out dial these tires in. This is first weekend on these tires, especially this track. And just, again, small steps forward is all we're looking to make. We're not throwing a kitchen sink at it.
Always good talking to you. Thanks, Ryan.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Guys.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Jackson. Good to hear there from Ryan Kasner. Like you said, right, not going to throw the kitchen sink at it. Very, very easy to kind of go overboard, overdo it, if you will. Find yourself also going the wrong direction, right, when you're looking for setup, when you're chasing things, and it's a matter of understanding what you're driving, understanding the equipment, right? Tires is the biggest thing that Ryan Kasner there mentioned, and that'll be, again, probably one of the biggest topics of conversations that we hear. Everybody's so used to running the Avinco tires, MG tires, as well, and the like, but good to hear there from Ryan Kasner, able to get the win. And like he said, a lot of talented drivers in the field, and you see it, right? The level of competition is high here at Champions of the Future America Series, and you saw it there from, as well, two of our main protagonists in that race, right? Joshua Daly as well as Shane Hawkins. Not happy with each other, but again, racing, and they're going to have to figure it out once we get to qualifying heat race number 3. Coming up next, the Pro X30 drivers get ready to close off a beautiful Saturday afternoon here at K1 Circuit in Winchester on what's been a great start to round number 2 for the Champions of the Future America Series. We'll be right back for more.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
X30 Pro out onto the racetrack now, led to the green by Jake Drew and Eric Doan on row number 1 with Mateo Calderon, rookie, starting alongside Daniel Perez. Sergio Kirimaselli, standout from round number 1, starts alongside Anthony Freeze on row number 3. 6 starters in Pro X30 here at K1 Circuit. And as we kick this one off, Jake Drew, untouchable up to this point in the Pro X30 division. We'll see if Drew can continue a good string of results here in heat race number 2 into the tram lines. And not all too happy with it. Look at the head there for our flag marshal. We'll send them around one more time. One more opportunity for these drivers to get those pressed tires up to temperature. And there's another quick look at your starting grid order. 2 Burrell Arts in the field with Freeze and Doan representing the West Coast Motorsports camp here on Burrell Arts, and then 2 of the Formula Works GFCs, as well as the Axis Kart Sport machine of Calderon and the Speed Sense machine by Daniel Perez. Team championship very much in play here. And at the moment, goes away of Formula Works with the likes of Kaminsky having a good weekend, racking up a good number of points. Same for Kirimaselli to finish on the podium, and Jake Drew obviously taking the win there at the end of round number 1. Looking to carry that momentum at the end of the year and leave a smile on Tony Saragusa's face as well to cap off what would be a successful first year here at Champions of the Future America Series. That being said, Jake Drew back into the tram lines, back ready to get us racing once again. Green flag flies, and we're underway in X30 Pro.
Is into the gravel. That's Eric Doan. 2 bad starts in a row. He'll keep it going there. But heartbreak for Eric Doan so early on. He had a good getaway out of the box and going into turn 1, but contact made there puts the West Coast Motorsports driver down in 5th and second to last of this field. That's exactly what Jake Drew needs right now, Caleb. And there you can see, I believe that's Calderon in the gravel as well. That's race over for him.
Yeah, Mateo Calderon beached to close this to start off this race. That's going to close his race early. And unfortunate for Mateo there, right? Talk about a rookie who, again, not a bad performance out of Mateo in that first qualifying heat race. When you looked back at the start, just over before it could even really get started. Eric Doan, same could be said. He still hasn't even crossed the timing pylon here, Nate. And I think he might just go by here in a couple of moments, but that's just unfortunate for Doan, who we've talked about already time and time again this weekend on how impressive that rookie was at round number 1. Take the fighting as well, good level of maturity. Post-race speaking with Jackson Lambros, talking about the incidents and everything going on in that first main event of the year. And now, not even really going to have a fighting chance here against Jake Drew. And yeah, for Doan, still hasn't crossed the line. He might be out of this one as well. And I think indeed, Eric Doan out of this race early. That being said, for Jake Drew, with yellow flags flying as Calderon's machine for Axis Kart Sport just beached there in the gravel. Jake Drew kicks off lap number 2 and already putting over half a second on the field over Daniel Perez and Sergio Kirimaselli here, Nate.
Yeah, Kirimaselli looking up the inside of Perez. Perez will cross him over, take the move back in turn 6. Kirimaselli thought he had the job done. He'll have to fight back again, but I mean, Caleb, the big talking point for these X30 Pro drivers last weekend was the tires and how worn they were come the superheat on Sunday. Of course, with us not running another heat tonight in cooler temperatures, meaning that when these tires are used again, it's going to be at warmer temperatures. It's going to degrade them even more. So these guys are most likely going to go into the superheats with even worse tires than what they saw last weekend. Point being here, is if you are Jake Drew and you see the gap to Daniel Perez that you have behind, you just went purple, you know you are by far the fastest kart on track as Caramelli tries it again, unable to get it done turn 6. If you're Jake Drew, do you start to back it off? Do you really start to manage that gap and manage those tires so that you do have a better piece for tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, very good question there, Nate. And I really guarantee you that's definitely something that's already kind of going through the head of Jake Drew here, right? Seeing the gap, seeing that it's 1.2. It's, driving that 80%, 75% like I mentioned earlier on in the weekend. It's just keeping it, dial it back, checking the shoulders, sees the gap. All right, I don't have to, go out there and push the limit, put myself, at the edge of the racetrack, braking as deep as I can. It's not really necessary at this point. You got to think, right? You still got a super heat, a qualifying heat race. A driver like Eric Doan's going to have, almost one race fresher tires than the rest of the field. And you see him there just on the infield on that early exit as well to Eric Doan's day. Dude off already, helmet off. You're just watching on the sidelines his teammate Anthony Free is looking to get himself in the mix. And again, contact there, and I'm sure damage, if anything, for that West Coast Motorsports machine, Nate.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunate for Eric Doan. Of course, they're going to be hard at work to make sure that that chassis is still straight and ready to go for tomorrow. Ultimately, having, 10 laps less on your tires, 10 miles less wear, I think Eric Doan and West Coast Motorsports will take that. I mean, going into tomorrow, that could be huge.
Very good point. Very, very good point there, Nate. I could be massive for Eric Doan. And like I was going to say earlier, just took the words right out of my mouth there, Nate. Just exactly that, right? Just a little bit more. And we'll see how big of a difference that makes as well tomorrow for qualifying Heat 3 and the Super Heat. For these two drivers here, or these three, I should say, Anthony Freese, Caramelli, Daniel Perez, going side by side, pushing each other. A lot of lateral wear, if you will, on those rear tires, just looking to hold on to it. They're going to be burning up their equipment here, just pushing at the absolute limit to try to make moves. It's Freeze on the inside of turn number 1 on Daniel Perez. Just got on the brakes, avoided getting into the side there of Perez, and able to hold on in front of Sergei Caramelli, who's now going to look to go into turn number 6. Caramelli's clear.
Yeah, and Freeze having to put the binders on there in turn 1. Obviously, all the squealing you heard isn't going to be good for tire life throughout this race, which might overheat the carcass of the tire and make him fall off more from Sergei Caramelli, depending on how sensitive these tires are for surface and internal temps. We'll have to see. But again, it's not going to be helping you come the races tomorrow after a moment like that and all this battling that these three have been doing.
And we were talking about Jake as something just flew off, and that looks to be a sprocket guard out of one of these three drivers. And that, correct me if I'm wrong here, Nate, but that looked like a sprocket guard out of somebody's car just coming off, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I don't know if it was tape. I don't think it was. I don't think I saw any of the drivers go to the radiator, and indeed it is. So this could get interesting, Caleb, depending on Champions of the Future America Series rules, if that piece, that item, has to stay on the kart for the duration of the race, or if that is a post-race penalty, because ultimately that is a safety item on the kart.
We'll take a closer look at it as well. Caramelli looks to be all right. Perez, can't really see him with the shadow, but we're going to go 3 wide nonetheless. As there goes Freeze, looking on the inside. We work our way into Rocky Moran. Perez holds on to the lead of this group. This battle for a second starting to heat up here as Jake Drew, long gone, up the road, around the outside. Caramelli looking to go for third. Not going to get it. Perez holds on a second.
And how about it for second, third, and fourth? Almost side by side at 9 and 10 there. Perez going defensive from Freeze on the barrel art. Freeze looking again to the inside in the chicane, unable to get it done. Gets shuffled way wide in the chicane. You can see losing a ton of time now. Sergei Kermaselli will see the white flag first, at least in this group. Of course, Jake Drew miles ahead. Kermaselli going defensive from Perez, who goes around the outside before the braking zone, Caleb.
Yeah, you talk about momentum, right? With Kermaselli going to the bottom, Perez is able to take advantage, getting the move done on the outside. And again, just getting reports here, that chain guard that was lost was indeed Anthony Freeze's chain guard. So, whatever the officials deem at the end of it, losing a piece of equipment on the racetrack, we have, quote unquote, if you will, the culprit losing that, and that's the 617. Nonetheless, though, up front, Jake Drew miles ahead of the field. Perfect on Saturday. Again, hasn't finished a single session outside of first as we work our way back side by side to the finish. Kermaselli, Perez going to take it to Kermaselli, and Freeze losing the chain guard. Comes across the line in fourth. Eric Doan and Mateo Calderon, two rookies, not able to finish this race. But Jake Drew, again, it was up and down, if you will, when we talked to him the last Saturday that we were here for round number 1, Nate. Everybody has their eyes, has their stopwatches on the 614, who is undeniable on Saturday.
You're good.
Well, you saw there our very own Jackson Lambros walking by with Jake Drew, the shoe, who again victorious, flawless on Saturday. Jackson?
Jake Drew, our winner for heat number 2. It's been a quiet Saturday for you so far, but talk to me about your day so far behind the wheel of this GFC.
It's been a dream, and myself and Gary and Tony, we've all been working so hard on this X30 package with GFC, Formula Works, RPM engines. We just keep making small gains every step of the way, so this gets me really pumped up and excited for the races to come later in the year.
It's been a season of new here with this new championship, new tires, a new layout for a lot of people. What's the main learning experience and takeaway been so far for this new round, this new configuration that a lot of people are running as well? What's been the main learning experience for you here so far?
Honestly, I mean, conditions are always different. Even if you run the same tire, engine package, same place every day, it's going to be different. But the biggest thing to me is getting more seat time back in this X30 package. I ran it a lot earlier in my career, and then we kind of went 100cc stuff, and now we're going back to water-cooled 125 racing. So it's been fun. Getting back in the swing of things and dialing everything in, and like I said, we're here learning everything we can, making gains. I feel super strong right there. It was unfortunate to see those guys crash at the start, but made my job easier. But I'm sure they'll be hunting me down tomorrow. But we'll keep working and try to make this thing as best we can, and hopefully it not affect us.
Sounds good. Thanks, Jake.
Thank you.
Well, there we go, guys. Sun's starting to set here in Winchester. We're getting tired. Caleb Viesca, let's land this thing for day one.
Thank you, Jackson. Let's land it indeed, right? Speaking there to Jake, what a day for him to kind of close things off and talking about, this weekend and this year as a whole. Nate, you look back to last year, right? Running in the Pro Tour for a driver like Jake Drew, looking to develop a package, develop a chassis, setup, etc. They struggled nonetheless, but this year, having, these two races to kind of put things together has been something different. Nate, takeaways from day one here for round number 2.
Yeah, the different layout, obviously mixing things up here.
Yeah, and we'll see. We'll hear it all tomorrow. K1 Circuit is back tomorrow. The second round main events come back tomorrow. Have a good night, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.